Chapter 108. After Suli left, Ji Xiaochun and Ji Hyotani went back to the backyard with heavy faces. Old Lady Ji was waiting for the good news. She didn't expect that it would be like this. In the beginning, they planned to buy time. They didn't refuse the engagement proposal of the Shui family, nor were they in a hurry to marry Ji Xingxuan. They were still waiting for the news of the seventh prince in the capital. However, if they were really kicked out by the Shui family, it would be a different story. Old Lady Ji heard her two sons repeat the exact words of the Shui family's Governor Su. Her face turned red and white. She couldn't help but get angry. She hit the ground with her walking stick and said angrily, "Refuse. It's obviously refuse." The Shui family was the one who wanted to get engaged. Now it's them who regret it. Do they take advantage of their powerful family to make fun of us? The concubines of our Ji family are not as noble as those in the capital. Anyway, we are one of the top families in Yang City. How can they make fun of us like this? The three masters of the Ji family listened to Old Lady Ji's anger. Although they were also angry, they were more helpless. They all knew that Old Lady Ji said these words out of anger. The Shui family was indeed powerful. They were the relatives of the emperor. If they could get close to them, they would do it. If they couldn't go to the Shui family to judge. Seeing that Old Lady Ji was almost done venting, Ji Xiaochun said, "Mother, it's fine if the Shui family can't get married. It'll save us a lot of trouble. Our Xingxuan is a daughter with a purple golden fortune. She'll be the best match for the princes. In the future, when Xingxuan gets a seat in the Celestial Commissioner, the Shui family will regret it." "That's right." Old Mistress Ji held onto her walking stick and snorted, "That Shui clan looks down on us, and I still think that their young master is not worthy of our Xingxuan. What we lose at the swings, we gain at the mulberry. The seventh prince has given her the Xingxuan Jade Rui. Xiao Han, write a letter to your father and tell him about what happened here." "Yes, mother. I'll do it now." Ji Hyotani suddenly thought of something else. He looked at Old Lady Ji's expression and said, "Mother, since it's a marriage with the Shui family, what should we do with Yu Shu? Should we keep her in the mansion?" Old Lady Ji frowned. "You mean that evil girl? Why should we keep her? Is she going to be a concubine? Raise her. Just kick her out, lest we ruin the feng shui of our mansion." Ji Hyotani hesitated. The Shui family hasn't left yet. If we kick her out, what if they hear something? Won't they think too much? Old Lady Ji snorted coldly. "The Shui family has wronged us first. How dare they argue with us? Even if they know it, so what?" Although Ji Hyotani felt it was inappropriate, he didn't want to argue with Old Lady Ji when she was angry. He answered, "Yes, mother." Then he turned around and went out. When he was at the door, he was stopped by Old Lady Ji. "Wait, she has a younger brother. He ran away for a few days last time and didn't come back. Since he doesn't want to stay in the Ji family, let's drive him away together. He doesn't have a drop of the Ji family's blood, and he also eats the rice of the Ji family for free." When Yu Shu woke up this morning, she did 2 divinations for herself with the 6 lines. The first one was about her becoming a concubine. Different from the previous days, she guessed that someone from the Shui family would come today. The second one was about her leaving the Ji family. The result of the divinations was Datong, which made her eyelid twitch and she couldn't concentrate on anything. When the sun rose, someone came to the small yard. It was the steward of Third Master's yard. He told Ji Hyotani that they should pack their things and leave the Ji family today. However, he didn't mention that someone from the Shui family came to propose their marriage this morning. Unlike Aunt Lu, who was flustered, and Qiu Xiang, who was at a loss, Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu were secretly happy and couldn't wait to leave this shabby place as soon as possible. Yu Shu had another thing to consider. "Steward, I still have something to ask Third Master. Can you take me there? Third Master is very busy. He doesn't have time to see you. If you have something to say, just say it. I'll tell him for you. Yushu said seriously, it's important. I have to tell him face to face. Please take me there. The steward of the third branch saw that she was nervous. He hesitated for a moment and then signaled 2 attendants to stay to prevent Yu Xiaoxiu from taking things in the room. Then he led Yushu away. Because someone from the Shui family came in the morning, Ji Hyotani didn't go out today. He was sitting in the study and reading the account book of the business in the city. Hearing the servant's report, he frowned and asked someone to lead Yushu in. Third Master. Yushu was very good at pretending to be respectful in front of Ji Hyotani, although she despised him in her heart for bullying the weak. What's the matter? Let me hear it. Yushu lowered her head and said, May I ask Third Master, if you send someone to drive us away, does the marriage with the Shui family not count? Ji Hyotani snorted, Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Weren't you very unyielding before and didn't want to eat the rice of the Ji family? Now that you're gone, what else do you have to say? Yushu raised her head to look at the gloomy expression on his face. She was certain that the marriage between the Shui family and the Ji family was going to be finalized. Thinking of her divination this morning, she felt more confident. She said, If that's the case, I would like to ask Third Master to give me and my brother's residence cards. Since we are not members of the Ji family, it would be inappropriate for us to hang them under the Ji family's name. Otherwise, if we cause trouble outside in the future, the Ji family's name will be tarnished. If she wanted to leave, she had to leave cleanly, she couldn't leave any evidence behind. That household card was equivalent to the ID card and household register of the common people of the Dan dynasty. With that thing, she could buy a house and start a family. Otherwise, she would just be a vagrant. Today, with the divination, Yushu couldn't guess Ji Hyotani's thoughts, but she dared to bet on her luck and this matter went smoothly. Ji Xiaogu coldly stared at Yushu. How could he not know what she was thinking at this moment? She wanted to cut all ties with the Ji family. If this was any other day, how could he let her have her way? But Yushu's last sentence had moved him. The little girl in front of him was young, but she was a troublemaker. If he allowed her to cause trouble outside, it would ruin the reputation of the Ji family. The gains would not make up for the losses. Anyway, this sister and brother were lonely after leaving home. Even if they could steal some money to make a living, they wouldn't be able to do anything. He didn't need the residence card, he could easily control them. With this thought, Ji Hyotani made up his mind. He immediately stood up and went to the back room. He took out the box hidden in the bookcase and found 2 residence cards. He took them out and threw them in front of Yushu. He didn't forget to warn her, from now on, you are no longer a member of the Ji family. If you dare to use the name of the Ji family, I will not forgive you easily. Yushu picked up her and Yu Xiaoxiu's residence card and confirmed the name, stamp, and fingerprint on it. She was a little excited. In the past, she didn't know the importance of this thing. When she was kicked out of the Ji family, she thought that she had nothing to do with the Ji family. She let Ji Hyotani control her for nothing. Now, not only her, but also Yu Xiaoxiu's. She thought it would take some effort, but she didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Keeping the 2 residence cards close to her body, Yushu raised her head to look at Ji Hyotani who was sitting behind the desk. She said, Third Master, Xiaoxiu and I left the Ji family. We know that it will be difficult to return. Before we leave, we would like to ask Third Master to let us siblings and mother meet. This sentence was purely for show. Yushu didn't believe in Ji Hyotani's character. Because of her and Yu Xiaoxiu, Aunt Shui would definitely be neglected. But this was also good. With Aunt Shui's brain, she wasn't suited to live in the inner courtyard where there was internal strife and intrigue. She wasn't favored and lived a stable life. Ji Hyotani still had some pretense of benevolence and didn't make things difficult for her. He waved his hand and said, "Pack your things, I'll have someone bring you there." Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu went to see Aunt Chui. It was rare for the mother and son to get together, but there was no family joy. When Aunt Chui heard that they were leaving, she immediately scolded Yu Shu but didn't dare to ask Yu Xiaoxiu to stay. Yu Shu turned a deaf ear to Aunt Chui's scolding. When Aunt Chui was done scolding her, she used the excuse of having a private conversation with her birth mother and sent her maid, Chao Sui, out. She turned around and took out 50 taels of silver and handed it to concubine Chui. Looking at concubine Chui's dumbfounded expression, she said, "This is a gift from me and little Xiu to mother. Don't ask where the money came from, just keep it for future use. Little Xiu and I are leaving the Ji family today, so we no longer have anything to do with this place. However, mother is still a member of the Ji family, so you have to abide by your duties. There are no outsiders here, so I'll tell mother that you know what to do. Don't listen to third master. Remember that you were framed and almost chased out of the family last time. If the Ji family can no longer tolerate you in the future and you can't find us, then find a place to settle down and live out your days in peace with this money." With that, she pulled Yu Xiaoxiu, whose eyes were red, to kneel down in front of Aunt Chui and kowed out a few times in place of her predecessor as a sign of filial piety and to calm Yu Xiaoxiu's heart. You. At this point, Aunt Chui could no longer care about scolding. With tears in her eyes, she pulled Yu Xiaoxiu back while crying and said to Yu Shu, "You have to take good care of your younger brother. If you dare to mistreat him, I won't forgive you even if he starves or freezes." Seeing that Yu Shu was behaving like a mother, Yu Shu agreed to whatever Yu Shu said. In the end, when Yu Shu was crying, Yu Shu asked for Yu Shu's date of birth. Only when someone outside rushed them did Yu Shu pull Yu Xiaoxiu, who was choking with sobs, away. With the guards leading the way, Yu Shu put her arm around Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder and used her sleeve to wipe his tears. She said warmly, "From now on, you'll be with me." Yu Xiaoxiu cried for a dozen steps and wiped his nose. With a strong "n," he held on to Yu Shu's hand tightly. In fact, there wasn't much to pack. The clothes were the same as when they came. At most, there was a bag of paper and Kim Bao. After the guards checked the house and asked if Chiu Xiang was missing anything, they sent the siblings out from the back door. Only Aunt Lu followed them to see them off. At the beginning of June, the noon sun hid behind the clouds. The siblings held hands and left the Yi Shuaji mansion in Yiyang City with a little mouse. Chapter 109. Yu Shu led Yu Xiaoxiu out of the Ji family's front door. Of course, they were going to go to Zhao Hui's house. On the way, the siblings discussed, "Sis, we're going to the capital. Is Aunt Hui coming with us? Aunt Hui's condition has just improved. She won't be able to travel by boat. I'll leave some money for Auntie Hu and Dr. He to take care of her. After a year or so, when her body is better, we'll see what she wants." Yes, Dr. He is really a good person. Oh, and Brother Chao, they're all good people. Yu Xiaoxiu suddenly mentioned Chao Zixin. Yu Shu was stunned. She fell silent and didn't reply. She looked up and arrived at Zhao Hui's house. Yu Shu went up to knock on the door, but found that there was a lock on the door. "Sis, why is the door locked?" Yu Xiaoxiu turned his head and asked Yu Shu curiously. Yu Shu shook her fork and looked worried. She raised her hand and knocked on the door. She shouted a few times, but no one answered. Instead, she called out to the person next door. "Xiao Yu." Yu Shu turned her head and saw Auntie Hu standing at the door with a kitchen knife in her hand. When she saw the siblings, she was very surprised. She hurriedly ran over and said, "Where have you been these days? Do you know that something big happened a few days ago? Doctor, he injured someone and was arrested by the yamen. Yu Shu's expression froze. Yu Xiaoxiu said nervously, Doctor. Doctor, he was arrested by the yamen. Then what about my Aunt Hui? Kim Bao, who was sleeping in Yu Xiaoxiu's sling bag, was woken up by them. It anxiously scratched the bag, but no one paid attention to it. Your Aunt Hui. Auntie Hu, what's going on? Yu Shu was afraid and shocked. She was afraid that something bad would happen to Zhao Hui. She was shocked that she was affected by the law of the time of misfortune that night. She had clearly used Zhao Hui's horoscope to predict her horoscope. She didn't know that she would be in trouble, so why did something happen? Let's talk in the courtyard. Let's go. Auntie Hu pulled Yu Xiaoxiu and pushed Yu Shu into her courtyard. She closed the door and turned around to say, the morning before yesterday, I was drying clothes at home when I heard a commotion next door. I went over to take a look and saw that your Aunt Hui's door was wide open. There was a commotion in the house and tables and stools were smashed. I don't know what happened, but after a while, I saw Dr. He kick a man and a woman out. The woman was fierce, grabbing her hair and biting her hands. Dr. He and the man were fighting. I don't know how they got hurt, but there was blood. That afternoon, people from the yamen came and arrested Dr. He. Your Aunt Hui stumbled after them and fainted outside the door. Then where is she now? Yu Shu couldn't help but interrupt. That's right, that's what I wanted to tell you. Auntie Hu placed the kitchen knife in the bamboo basket and held Yu Shu's hand, saying, that day when the yamen came to arrest her, there was an old master in the alley. After watching the commotion, he asked about you. He said that your boss heard about your Aunt Hui and took your Aunt Hui away. He said that he was afraid that she would be alone and someone would cause trouble for her again. He wanted me to tell you that when you come back, you can go to that something merchant to look for him. Oh yes, he said that his surname is Pei. It was Pei Jing. Yu Shu had a rough idea in her heart. The person who broke into Zhao Hui's house that day must be the family that she was previously engaged to. She didn't expect that this group of shameless people would dare to come to her house. Fortunately, He Fangji was present at that time and didn't let Zhao Hui be alone. However, he was arrested for injuring someone and suffered an undeserved disaster. Frowning, Yu Shu thanked Auntie Hu and pulled Yu Xiaoxiu away in a hurry. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu rented a horse carriage on Changmenpu Street and directly rushed to the headquarters of the Taihing Chamber of Commerce. As soon as they entered the door, they heard Fatty Xing's loud voice, "Hey, isn't this Oshu? Where have you been these days?" Xing Qi was sitting at the door of the hall drinking tea. As soon as Yu Shu came in, she saw him. He raised his hand and waved at her. Yu Shu pulled Yu Xiaoxiu and walked over. "Manager Xing, is Mr. Pei here?" Xing Qi saw that she was sweating and understood a little. He stood up and said, "No, let's go. I'll take you to his house. Your aunt is also there." Seeing that Xing Qi also knew about the matter, Yu Shu didn't ask much. She followed him to the door and waited for the car with Yu Xiaoxiu. They took the car from the north of the city to Pei Jing's house in the west of the city. Pei Jing's house was also a big house. There was a guard in front of the door. Obviously, the guard recognized Xing Qi. The guard didn't stop them. A servant went in to inform Pei Jing. Xing Qi took Yu Shu to the front yard and waited in the living room. The Pei family was a businessman. Maybe their house was not as big as the Ji family, but the courtyard scenery was no worse. Yu Shu didn't have the mood to appreciate it at the moment. She sat in the living room for a while and then went to the door to wait. The servant served tea. After a while, Yu Shu saw Pei Jing, who was wearing a loose green gown, turning the corner of the veranda. Before he reached, Yu Shu saluted, "Mr. Pei." Pei Jing stood at the door and looked at Yu Shu from head to toe. He pointed to the room and said, "Go in and sit down. I have something to ask you. Your aunt is resting. My wife is accompanying her. It doesn't matter." "Yes." Yu Shu followed him back into the living room. When Xing Qi saw him, he stood up and said, "Take your time. I'm going back to the Chamber of Commerce." Yu Shu said, "Thank you, shopkeeper Xing, for sending me here." Xing Qi waved his hand and left. Pei Jing looked at Yu Xiaoxiu. "This is your younger brother." "Yes, his name is Xiaoxiu." Yu Shu pulled Yu Xiaoxiu over and bowed to Pei Jing. Pei Jing touched Yu Xiaoxiu's head and called a servant girl in. He stood outside the door and said, "I have something to say to your sister. Follow her to the courtyard to play for a while, okay?" Yu Xiaoxiu looked at Yu Shu. Seeing Yu Shu nod, he patted Kim Bao who was moving around in the bag. He obediently followed the senior servant girl. When Yu Shu heard Pei Jing talking to Yu Xiaoxiu, she knew that he had discovered her female identity. She didn't show any fear. Only after Yu Xiaoxiu left did she apologize to Pei Jing. "I had to hide it from you, Mr. Pei. I hope Mr. Pei will forgive me." Pei Jing didn't look angry. He was very understanding. When you're outside, it's right to be wary of others. Moreover, you didn't lie to me. On the contrary, you helped me a lot. Seeing that he didn't care, Yu Shu relaxed. Just as she was about to open her mouth to ask more, she heard Pei Jing say, "I've sent people to inquire about your Aunt Hui. I know some inside information. The family she offended is the family of the deceased Yuan Wai Do in the west of the city. The Do family itself isn't much in Yang City, but they are related to the Yishued Ji family in the east of the city. That Ji family's second master's wife calls Yuan Wai Do her biological uncle. Yuan Wai Do passed away a few years ago, leaving behind his eldest daughter, Do Hong, to manage the family. She also has a younger sister, Do Lu. The doctor who treated your Aunt Hui injured Do Lu's husband. It said that the man's leg was broken. Yesterday, he filed a complaint to the Yamen, accusing the doctor of assault. The Yamen opened the court to investigate the case, but the doctor refused to admit his guilt. He was beaten and thrown into prison. He will be tried again in the future. A case like this will be sentenced to at least 5 years in prison." After listening to Pei Jing's story, Yu Shu's expression turned ugly. She didn't expect that the matter would become so big. She didn't expect that it was related to the Ji family. Pei Jing spoke for a long time. He drank the tea and sighed. "If I had tried to find a way, I could have helped him for a year or so. But this Do family is related to the Ji family." Ji family. County Magistrate Ma's wife is the daughter of the Ji family. How can I ask for a favor? Yes. Sir, I can't thank you enough for bringing my Aunt Hui home and taking care of her. Yu Shu had never been a person who was insatiable. Pei Jing temporarily took Zhao Hui in, which was already a favor to her. There was no reason for him to save He Fangji. But He Fangji was implicated because of Zhao Hui. Now that he was in court, she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. I told you all this because I want to tell you that the Do family's reputation is not good outside. Now that something like this happened, they won't let it go even if they sue them in prison. If they find your Aunt Hui, they will definitely make things difficult for you. You should stay in my mansion for the time being and stay out of trouble." Yu Shu thought that this was the only thing she could do now. She had to settle down and think of a way to save He Fangji. Pei Jing brought Yu Shu to the backyard to look for Zhao Hui. When they reached the door, Yu Shu heard a mournful cry. It was Zhao Hui. "Madam, please let me go. If I stay here, that child will definitely come looking for me. I really can't bear to drag her down. You don't know, my life was saved by her. I spent hundreds of silvers on medicine, hundreds of silvers. Tell me, where did she get it from? She hid it from me and didn't tell me. I've never seen such a loyal child. If she knew about what happened recently, she would definitely not let it go. She would definitely stand up for me. But this is not something she can handle. Madam, please let me go, I beg you. There was another female voice in the room comforting her, younger sister, if you leave like this, where are you going? It's me who implicated Lang Zhong. The Dou family has no sense of shame. In the past, they stole my family's wealth. Now, they have forced me into a dead end and implicated others. I will go to the Yamen to sue them. Even if I have to give up my life, I will seek justice. Hua. Yushu pushed the door open and saw a pitifully thin Zhao Hui kneeling on the floor with a white veil wrapped around her head. Her face was white as she held onto a middle-aged woman's hand and begged. Yushu's heart ached as she walked forward and hugged her. Aunt Hui. What did Zhao Hui do wrong? She was diligent, kind, and honest. Such a good person, why didn't she have a good life? On the contrary, those shameless and heartless people lived more freely than anyone else. Little Xiaoyu. Zhao Hui was in a daze as Yushu hugged her. After a while, she hurriedly pushed her away and frantically wiped away her tears. She lowered her head and said, Why are you here? When Yushu saw that Zhao Hui still wanted to hide it, she felt even more uneasy. She reached out to help her up and helped the woman back to the bed. Without waiting for Zhao Hui to speak again, she said, Aunt Hui, I heard about what happened to Lang Zhong. Don't worry. Let's think of a solution together, okay? Hearing this, Zhao Hui's body stiffened. She lifted her head and smiled bitterly. Child, what nonsense are you saying? It's not your turn to think of a solution. Didn't you go home? Why did you come out again? Chapter 110. Pei Jing and Madame Pei considerately left, leaving Yushu and Zhao Hui to talk in the room. Yushu put a pillow on Zhao Hui's back and pulled the blanket over her. She held her hand and asked, Aunt Hui, tell me in detail what happened that day. How did Dr. He injure him? Zhao Hui didn't want Yushu to get involved again, so she pushed her hand away and said, Don't ask. This has nothing to do with you. Don't get yourself into trouble. Aunt Hui. Yushu said with a straight face, It's not you who's in trouble, it's Dr. He who's in trouble. I'm the one who asked him to take care of you, so how can it have nothing to do with me? Do you know that if this case is decided, Dr. He will be imprisoned for 5 years, not 5 days? Tell me everything now so I can think of a solution as soon as possible. Zhao Hui was shocked, and her expression became hesitant. Yushu added fuel to the fire. If you don't tell me, then I'll go talk to the Dou family right now. It'll be best if they beat me up, and I'll also go to the Yamen to report them. Don't. Zhao Hui sat up straight and anxiously pulled Yushu's hand. Xiaoyu, don't mess around. Then hurry up and tell me. You. Zhao Hui looked at Yushu helplessly and recounted what happened that day in detail. Yushu sneered. As expected of a relative, the Dou family was even more shameless than the Ji family. A few months ago, Dou Lu had injured Zhao Hui on the street. The other party was afraid that she would die, so they hurriedly hid at home. Now that the incident had passed, they heard that Zhao Hui wasn't dead. They were afraid that Zhao Hui would report them after she recovered, so they went to threaten them. Dr. He happened to be there. Dou Lu was shrewish and wanted to go to the side of the bed to pull me apart. Dr. He pushed her and she fell to the ground. Her man didn't let it go and smashed the table and stools in the room and started fighting with Dr. He. Dr. He was afraid of hurting me, so he pushed them out. By the time I got out, there was already blood. The man's leg was somehow broken. Wait. Yushu interrupted and asked suspiciously, why was it somehow broken? Wasn't it Dr. He who hit him? Zhao Hui shook her head, her face also filled with confusion. After they left, Dr. He told me that he didn't know how he hurt the man and broke his leg. Yushu frowned. This matter sounded strange. Could it be that they had falsely accused Dr. He? It's all my fault. If I had known that they would come looking for me, I would have hidden somewhere else. Dr. He wouldn't have helped me. Zhao Hui said sadly. Yushu didn't comfort her. With the current situation, it was hard to explain. The Dou family insisted that Dr. He was the one who injured her and that County Magistrate Ma was in cahoots with them. Even if Dr. He didn't plead guilty now, he would probably be tortured into a confession. It was just like when Zhao Hui was wrongly accused of marriage fraud. That Dou Jiaqiang said that her appearance and 8 characters didn't match and even found Yi's shop to testify. An idea flashed through Yushu's mind. She rubbed her chin and asked Zhao Hui seriously, Aunt Hui, do you remember which Yi shop the Dou family found to testify against you? Zhao Hui looked at her and whispered, It's the Ji family. Pa! Yushu slapped her thigh and suddenly stood up. Zhao Hui was startled and asked nervously, Xiao Yu, what's wrong? Yushu said, I remember you said that there was a housekeeper in Yang City who sent you there. Have you been in contact with him all these years? Zhao Hui shook her head. Yushu was about to be depressed when she heard her say, although I haven't been in contact with him, I know that he has a bookstore on the street behind Zhangmenpu. Yushu was overjoyed. She vaguely had an idea. She turned around and rubbed her palms as she paced back and forth in the room. She frowned and thought carefully. Pei Jing and Furen, Qin Shi, returned to the bedroom. It was already noon. Pei Jing had the habit of resting at noon, so he was even more listless today. Qin Shi helped him take off his outer robe, and the couple lay down side by side on the bed. Qin Shi saw that Pei Jing was frowning, so she advised, Don't be upset. I know that you like that child very much and want to help her, but this kind of private matter, we will help if we can. If we can't, then there's nothing we can do. Do you really want to get into trouble for them? You don't put the Dou family in your eyes, but they still have the Ji family behind them. This matter really doesn't need us to interfere. Pei Jing nodded and said, Furen is right. Let them stay in the Fu for now. You go back and persuade Zhao Hui. Tell her to get over it, so that Oshu doesn't do anything stupid with her. Qin Shi made a sound and then sighed with emotion, speaking of which, that Zhao Hui's life is really bitter. She's a good young lady, but now she's in trouble. AI. Oh. Did Furen hear what she said? Lu Jing had only found out that Zhao Hui had swindled her marriage many years ago and became enemies with the Dou family, but he didn't know more. Qin Shi said that Zhao Hui was the daughter of a merchant in Yenzhou. She was engaged to the Dou family, but her parents passed away early and she was left alone. Before she died, she entrusted the housekeeper to send her to her husband's family in Yiyang. Furen said that she was from Yenzhou. Pei Jing heard Qin Shi's opening words and his heart moved. He thought of something and interrupted her. That's right, isn't it the same? It's nothing, Furen can continue. Pei Jing thought that perhaps he was being overly suspicious. How could there be such a coincidence? Qin Shi gave him a strange look and continued to tell Zhao Hui's story. She talked about how the Dou family's brother died and shamelessly accused Zhao Hui of swindling her marriage. She went to the bazaar to prove that the horoscope she sent was fake and that she had taken the orphan girl's wealth. She was filled with righteous indignation. When she finished, she sighed and said, It's a pity that she was alone and her dowry was taken. She was reduced to this day. It was not easy for her to live a stable life, but another disaster occurred. Everyone has their own fate. Pei Jing stretched out his hand to pick up the small pot on the tea table and poured a cup of water for Qin Shi. That's right. Qin Shi gently placed her hand on Pei Jing's chest and said, Jing Ji, when you were in trouble in a foreign land, you were almost unable to recover. If it wasn't for that kind-hearted person's help, I'm afraid you wouldn't be who you are today. Pei Jing's eyes suddenly became a bit sad. He patted her hand and thought for a moment. He casually asked, then does Xiao Hui have any other relatives in her hometown? She said she doesn't know. Why don't you help her ask around? Her father's surname was Zhao. It was said that the old man was also a kind person. Wherever he went, people would respectfully call him Good Man Zhao. Pada. The quilt in Pei Jing's hand fell on the bed frame and broke into several pieces on the ground. Jing Ji. Qin Shi quickly got up in shock. She saw that Pei Jing's eyes were red, his lips were trembling, and tears were about to fall. Zhao Hui watched as Yushu walked back and forth in the room, muttering to herself as if she had lost her soul. For a moment, she was worried. She called out to her several times but didn't get a response. She unconsciously raised her voice, Xiao Yu. Yushu came back to her senses. She turned her head and saw Zhao Hui's worried expression. She quickly walked over and sat down on the side of the bed. Zhao Hui grabbed her hand. What happened to you? Don't scare me. If you can't think of a way, don't hurt your brain with anxiety. Yushu shook her head. She pursed her lips and said, I think I have a way to save Dr. He. Zhao Hui was happy at first, but then she asked doubtfully, what way? Tell me. I'm not sure if this will work. I need to find someone who understands the law and ask clearly. Yushu grabbed her hair in annoyance. She had a plan in her heart, but she didn't have enough manpower. I can't do this alone. If Mr. Pei is willing to help me. If I am willing to help you, what will you do? A voice was heard outside the door. Yushu and Zhao Hui were startled. They turned their heads and saw a shadow outside the door. Yushu quickly got up and walked to the door. She opened the door halfway and saw Pei Jing standing outside. Mr. Pei. Pei Jing looked at her and stood outside the door. He asked the person inside the room, Miss Zhao, can you tell me your respected name? Yushu felt strange. She felt that something was wrong. Zhao Hui heard Pei Jing's voice from inside the room. She paused for a moment before answering, my father passed away. His name is Ren He, Zhao Ren He. Pei Jing closed his eyes. He took a deep breath and opened them again. Yushu was shocked to see that there were tears in his eyes. Mr. Pei, what are you doing? Pei Jing ignored her and said to the door, I was born into a merchant family. When I was 20, I was elected as a fortune teller. When I was young, my eyes were on the top of my head. I thought that I was talented. When my father was ill, I left home and went to the capital to take the Diyan examination. Who would have thought that I would fail all 3 exams? My name was Sun Shan. I spent my days drinking and getting drunk. While I was in the capital, I suddenly received the bad news that my father had died. I hurried back home. On the way, I encountered bandits. My attendant and bodyguards were all killed. I fell on the grass by the roadside and was saved by a passerby. I was brought home to recuperate. During that period of time, I was muddle-headed and wanted to commit suicide. He persuaded me to stay in his restaurant and taught me business. 3 months later, I finally turned over a new leaf. I said goodbye to him and returned home. I observed mourning at home for 3 years and studied hard. When the mourning period was over, I went to visit my benefactor to repay him. I didn't expect him to be gone. I heard from my neighbor that my benefactor had passed away a year ago. His only daughter had sold the family property to marry someone else. I was deeply grieved. I took a handful of soil from his grave and brought it back to worship every year. I didn't expect that my benefactor's orphan would end up like this. In vain, I burned incense every year to comfort him. I didn't know that his spirit in heaven would see his daughter end up like this. How bitter would he be? At the end of his story, Pei Jing's tears trickled down his face. He was a wealthy merchant, yet he was sobbing silently. Zhao Hui, who was in the room, thought of her deceased father and also cried bitterly. Yu Shu, who was at the side, listened to this old fate. All sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. Zhao Shi's father's generation was also a kind and virtuous person. Why didn't he have a good ending? One died young, the other met an unkind person. Could it be that good will be rewarded with good? The two of them cried inside and outside the room. Yu Shu didn't say anything to comfort them. She could see that Pei Jing was a hot-blooded man. Otherwise, he could have swallowed the past and said it now. He definitely wouldn't stand by and watch the matter between Zhao Hui and Dr. He. Chapter 111. Zhao Hui's life had been lonely and bitter. Many years ago, her husband's family had invaded her family's wealth. Many years later, she had been seriously injured by her sister-in-law on the streets and almost lost her life. Recently, she had been involved in a lawsuit. Originally, she had suffered but could not voice her grievances. At her wit's end, even though Yu Shu had the heart to help, her strength was not enough. She could not compete with the Dou family Ji family. Who knew that fate had its own destiny? In the past, Pei Jing had been indebted to Zhao Hui's father. Today, he had repaid the debt of gratitude. Who knew that there would be a turning point in the future? Yu Shu helped Zhao Hui freshen up and put on a new set of clothes. She helped her move from the inner room to the living room. Pei Jing and Madame Qin were both there. Dear heavens, little sister, these mistakes have caused you to suffer. Madame Qin's eyes were filled with tears. She stepped forward and pulled Zhao Hui to sit by her side. This time, she was not as courteous as before. This time, she was really close and tender. She had been Pei Jing's wife for more than 20 years. She could empathize with Pei Jing's feelings at this moment. Zhao Hui shook her head at her and turned to look at Pei Jing. In a hoarse voice, she said, "Now that Sir Pei has mentioned it, I have some memories. When my late father was on his deathbed, I was still young. I had heard him mention an old friend a few times. He said that he had not received any letters for half a year and was afraid that something had happened. He even gave me the letters he had sent in the past and asked me to inquire about it when I had time. Later on, when my late father passed away, I was filled with grief and forgot about this matter. Those letters were probably buried along with his belongings. I think that at that time, my father must have been thinking about Sir Pei. Without a doubt, it was me. That year, when I returned to my hometown, I sent a letter to Uncle Zhao, saying that I was safe and sound. Then, for half a year, I was so busy with my family business that I stopped sending letters. After that, when everything was settled, I personally went to Uncle Zhao. Who would have thought that? Pei Jing smiled bitterly and touched his eyebrows. At that time, Uncle Zhao was still concerned about my safety. After a moment of silence, Pei Jing composed himself and said to Zhao Hui, "Don't call me Sir Pei. In terms of age, I am older than you by a few years. If you do not mind, I am willing to accept you as my sworn sister and take care of you in the future. What do you think?" Zhao Hui was stunned and looked at Yu Shu. She was currently at a loss. Compared to Pei Jing, who she had accidentally reunited with, she was more dependent on Yu Shu, who had gone through thick and thin with her. "Sir Pei, there is no rush." Yu Shu spoke on behalf of Zhao Hui. At the moment, Dr. He is still in prison and the Dou family is still at large. They are still bent on killing Aunt Hui. We have to think of a way to deal with them as soon as possible. Pei Jing nodded and said, Doctor, he must be saved. I will go to the Dou family now and ask them to withdraw their complaint. Seeing that Pei Jing was so straightforward, Yu Shu was puzzled and asked, Do you have a way to stop them from suing the doctor? Pei Jing sneered, That Dou family is just a third-rate merchant, relying on their ancestral business to survive until now. That Dou Hong is not business material either. If they do not know what's good for them, I will crush their business. Seeing this, Yu Shu was shocked. Pei Jing had always treated people humbly. She did not expect him to be so overbearing. It seemed that he had to stand up for Zhao Hui. Sir Pei, please wait. Yu Shu said, Forgive me for being blunt, but if you do this, even if you can save Dr. He, there will be no end of trouble. Let's not talk about who is right and who is wrong. If this matter were to spread, you will inevitably be known as a domineering person. Moreover, the Dou family has the support of the Ji family. If you ask the Ji family to stand up for them, not only will it cause trouble, they may even bite back. In my opinion, this matter needs to be considered at length. Her words were clear and logical. Pei Jing did not understand, but he was too angry and did not think too much. He only wanted to stand up for Zhao Hui. After Yu Shu poured a bucket of cold water on him, he immediately calmed down. He sighed and said to Yu Shu, Young man, you are more composed than me. Yu Shu smiled, It is not that I am composed, but that I do not want to let those shameless people get away with it. If you ask me, I will do it to the end. I will seek justice for Aunt Hui and punish those evil people. Pei Jing raised his eyebrows, Do you have a plan? I do not dare to call it a plan for now, I still need to discuss it with Sir before I can decide on a plan. Yu Shu's eyes flashed. She did not say anything definite because she did not understand the laws of ancient society and it was not good for her to speculate on her own. Pei Jing nodded, Tell me about it first. Yu Shu looked at Zhao Hui and Madame Qin. Under the table, she swiped her fingers on her knees. After a moment of silence, she slowly said, Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. They're suing us, so why can't we sue them? This is what I am thinking. 2 hours later, Pei Jing and Qin Shi returned to their room. Along the way, Pei Jing was thinking about his conversation with Yu Shu. When he sat down, he noticed that Qin Shi's expression was not right. He asked with concern, What is wrong with Ji Ren? Qin Shi hesitated, her expression changing. She hesitantly said, Jing Ji, I think that child Oshu's heart is too big. Pei Jing's eyelids twitched, and he chuckled, Why do you say that, madam? I think she's a good person. She's loyal, courageous, and astute. Her plan is good, isn't it? It's much smarter than me going straight to the Dou family. She's taking drastic measures, attacking Wei to save Zhao. TSK, when I was her age, I wasn't as scheming as her. Hearing that Pei Jing was still in the mood to praise her, Qin Shi anxiously said, But her method is not only targeting the Dou family, but also the Ji family. If she succeeds, will the Ji family let her go? That's why she needs my help in secret. Pei Jing took Qin Shi's hand and warmly said, Oshu is a little girl. She owes Zhao Hui a few meals and knows to repay her kindness. I was greatly indebted to Zhao Gong in the past. Now that I have met his descendant, even the heavens have eyes. If I cannot help her, wouldn't I be worse than a child? When did I say I don't want you to help them? Qin Shi angrily said, I am worried about you. Fine, if you don't want to hear it, I won't say it. If you want to do it, I can't stop you. It's good that Madam understands me. Pei Jing patted her hand and stood up, saying, Madam, rest first. I will change my clothes and go out with Oshu. At dusk, Yu Shu and Pei Jing sat in a horse carriage and arrived at the entrance of Changmenpu Street. The two got off the carriage and looked left and right. On this trip, Yu Shu and Pei Jing wanted to find the housekeeper who had sent Xiao Hui to Yiyang City. Pei Jing asked, "Is it here?" Yu Shu said, "Aunt Huai said that he opened a bookstore on this street. His surname is Huang and his name is Zhou. Let's go look for him one by one." "Let's go." There were many bookstores on this street. The two went from the east side of the street to the west side. They went to each bookstore and asked, but they could not find anything. There was someone with the surname Huang, but it was not the one they were looking for. The sky was getting dark. Just as Yu Shu was wondering if she had heard wrong, Pei Jing pointed to the opposite side of the road and said, "There is another bookstore there. Let's go and take a look." Yu Shu turned her head and saw the bookstore on the opposite side of the road. She was stunned for a moment. Pei Jing had already crossed the street and entered the bookstore. She hurriedly followed him. As soon as she entered the bookstore, she saw an old man sitting behind the counter, reading a book. She thought to herself that it couldn't be such a coincidence. Then, she heard Pei Jing ask, "Old man, may I know your name?" The old man raised his head and squinted at Pei Jing. He turned his head and saw Yu Shu standing at the door. His confusion turned into surprise. "Little girl, why did you come so late? I left you several literacy books. I was waiting for you to pick them up." Pei Jing looked at Yu Shu with a puzzled expression. Yu Shu smiled at the old man and said to Pei Jing, "When I was penniless, this old shopkeeper once gave me some books." The old shopkeeper heard their conversation and realized that they knew each other. He asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" "We want to inquire about someone." Yu Shu paused. Then, she asked directly, "Old uncle, is your surname Huang?" "Haven't I told you before?" The old shopkeeper said, "My surname is Huang." Yu Shu and Pei Jing looked at each other. Then, the latter asked again, "Shopkeeper Huang, did you work as a steward for a family with the surname Zhao in Yan Prefecture a few years ago?" The old shopkeeper put down the book in his hand and looked back and forth between the two of them. Then, he nodded hesitantly and said, "That's right." Yu Shu wanted to laugh out loud. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Why did everyone come together? After they found Huang Zhou, Pei Jing explained the purpose of their visit to Yu Shu. Shopkeeper Huang was very willing to testify on behalf of Zhao Hui. So, they didn't need to waste too much time talking before he readily agreed. Another unexpected joy was that he had saved a list of the dowry that Zhao Hui had sent to the Dou family back then. "Miss has a bitter life." When the Lord withdrew his hand, he repeatedly urged me to send her to the Dou family. But, I didn't expect that it would turn out to be a wolf's den. Alas, I'm incompetent. I couldn't protect Miss, and she ended up in prison. I was too afraid to stand up for her at that time. Miss was released from prison, and disappeared without a trace. I thought that she didn't want to see me. Who would have thought that she would make a living right under my nose and end up in such a plight? All these years have passed, but I still can't let it go. Now, I'm on the verge of death. Since you're willing to stand up for me, this bag of old bones, why wouldn't I dare?" When Huang Zhou brought up the events of the past, he felt very ashamed. Yu Shu comforted him with a few words and asked him a few more questions about the past. She followed him home to get the dowry list and then left with Pei Jing. On the way, Pei Jing suggested that Yu Shu should go to the prison to visit He Fangji. She shook her head and refused. To avoid alerting the enemy, it's better not to go yet. "Sir Pei, please don't use your name to stand up for him. In the future, we'll make sure that Dr. He suffers in prison doesn't fall." "That's fine, I'll have to trouble Dr. He for now." Pei Jing looked at Yu Shu's assertive manner and unconsciously ignored her age. He asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Yu Shu said, "Teacher, please tell me about the rules of the court, so that I don't make any mistakes." Pei Jing frowned. You You really want to replace Hui Nyang to beat the drum and cry injustice? You must know that if you go to court like this, you'll have to be flogged first before you can present the petition. Yu Shu nodded. Her expression did not change. County Magistrate Ma and the Ji family are related. If we follow the rules and present the petition first, it's hard to guarantee that they won't be prepared in advance and collude in private. Teacher has said it before, beating the drum and crying injustice, the officials will go to court. Since the trial is about to begin, if we want to sue, we'll sue them unprepared. Pei Jing did not miss the last flash of ruthlessness in Yu Shu's eyes. His heart jumped. He felt that there was something he could not grasp, but he could not grasp the beginning and the end. Seeing that she had made up her mind, he knew that persuading her would be useless. He said, then we'll have to hide it from Hui Nyang first. If she finds out, how can she let you take her place? Flogging is not easy. Chapter 112. At night, Xiao Hui was anxiously waiting for Yu Shu to come back. Yu Xiaoxiu was also in her room. She was not in the mood to tease Kim Bao, so she tied it under the table and threw it a few snacks. Kim Bao did not make any noise when it had food. Xiao Hui was preoccupied, so she did not notice the little mouse in the room. As soon as the door opened, Yu Xiaoxiu stood up. Xiao Hui was sitting on the bed. She turned her head and saw Yu Shu pushing the door open. She said, "Why did you come back so late? Did you not find him?" Yu Shu comforted her and said, "I found him. He is on Changmenpu Street. I was discussing something with Mr. Pei outside, so I came back late." "Have you eaten?" Yu Xiaoxiu said, "Yes, I have." "What about you, sister?" "Well, I used it outside." Yu Shu pushed Yu Xiaoxiu to sit down. She glanced at Kim Bao, who was spinning around her feet. She rubbed it with her toes and walked to Zhao Hui's bed. "Aunt Hui, don't worry. Uncle Huang is willing to testify for you. If it wasn't so late, he would have come to see you." Yu Shu took out the dowry list that she got from Huang Zhou and showed it to Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui took the yellowed paper and turned it over a few times. When she touched it, she thought of the scene when her late father prepared the dowry for her. She felt sad again. "Yes, this is it. I didn't expect him to keep it." Seeing that she was about to cry, Yu Shu quickly comforted her, "Don't cry anymore. Have a good rest tonight. You have to go out tomorrow." Zhao Hui said, "You want me to go out? Where?" Yu Shu blinked her eyes maliciously. "Go and collect some evidence." Early the next morning, Madame Qin personally went to Zhao Hui's room to dress her up and bring her new clothes for her to change into. The two of them were about the same height, but Zhao Hui was on the thinner side. Her belt was tighter, so it wasn't obvious. The wound on Zhao Hui's head had already healed under He Fangji's careful care, but there were still a few scars on the top of her head. After shaving her hair, Madame Qin skillfully mixed the wig into her real hair and used hairpins and silk flowers to perfectly cover the scars on her head. She also used makeup to cover her yellowish complexion. After changing into silk clothes and wearing gold and silver jewelry, Xiao Hui looked like a different person in front of the mirror. She looked rich and noble. No one could imagine that she used to be an auntie who bought wonton noodles on the street. "Aunt Hui looks good in this dress." Yu Shu looked at Zhao Hui and sincerely praised her. If it wasn't for the teasing of fate, Zhao Hui would have always looked like this. Madame Qin also praised, "I still have some good materials. I can cut them all into new clothes for younger sister in the future." Zhao Hui uncomfortably touched her earlobes and said to Yu Shu and Madame Qin, "I still feel that wearing trousers is more convenient. I can't even walk properly like this." After many years of suffering, Xiao Hui was no longer the rich little girl who didn't have her hands wet with water. Older sister, from extravagance to simplicity, and then to extravagance. Yushu smiled. Let's wear this for now. It's really uncomfortable. We'll change when we get back. After checking that there was nothing wrong, Madame Qin called over a pair of personal maids to escort them to the door and onto the carriage. Yushu and Zhao Hui went out and only returned in the afternoon. After sending the tired Zhao Hui back to her room, Yushu called for a servant to lead her to the study to find Pei Jing. Sir Pei. Come in, hey. Pei Jing closed the account book in his hand and pointed at the chair opposite the desk for Yushu to sit down. How is it? Yushu took out 3 evaluation notes from the Yi Museum and handed them to him. After Pei Jing looked at them, a cold smile appeared on his face and he threw the notes on the table. Let's see how they can cover up their lies this time. Yushu said, there is no time to lose. Tomorrow morning, I will go to the Yamen to file a complaint. Pei Jing's expression became serious as he said, since you have decided not to let me show my face, I will help you in secret. Don't worry, even if I cannot win this lawsuit and the Dou family holds a grudge against you, I will ensure your safety. Yushu nodded noncommittally and picked up the 3 notes on the table. She lowered her head and played with it, her eyes hiding an unseen light. On the 9th day of the 6th month, Yushu woke up early and did not disturb Zhao Hui and Yu Xiaoxiu. She quietly left the door. Pei Jing was waiting for her in the front courtyard. Seeing her black hair, wearing an old blue shirt and dressed as a boy, he couldn't help but feel strange and asked, Are you going to wear this? And won't I be punished? It is inconvenient to wear a skirt. Yushu explained. Pei Jing did not suspect anything and sent her to the horse carriage. He gave her the written complaint that he had instructed someone to write last night and reminded, Be careful. I will go over when I hear the commotion. Yushu responded and pulled the curtain. The horse carriage drove towards the Yamen in the north of the city. Halfway there, Yushu got off the carriage and sent the driver away. She dug some mud at the side of a small river and smeared it on her body and face. She then tore off the patches on her clothes and disguised herself as a little beggar and swaggered into Wanxiang Street. There were quite a lot of beggars in Yiyang City. The area around Wanxiang Street was crowded with them. A beggar walking on the street was not eye-catching. If a beggar walked into a gambling house, it would at most attract a few more glances. However, if a beggar walked into a gambling house with a Bao Ren sign and was seen by others, it would be a big deal. More than a month ago, the rumor of a beggar on the street was still hot on Wanxiang Street. There was even a storyteller in the tea house who made this part into a list for the customers to listen to. Every time a beggar was picked up, it would be more than one. Therefore, when a beggar entered the Baoran casino, there were people who were curious to see if this beggar was the one in the rumor. Once bitten, twice shy. Once bitten, twice shy, in Baoran casino. Once bitten, twice shy. Seeing Yushu enter, someone came up to stop her. However, Yushu tossed a piece of silver into the hands of Ding Bao, who was blocking her way. What's wrong? You have money, yet you don't let people into play. She then took advantage of the people's stupefaction and went to the place where the signs were sold. She also threw a piece of silver and didn't even ask for the change. There weren't many customers in the morning in the Yi district. A dozen or so people were playing and there were a few spectators around them. Yushu went over and found a spot. Looking at the questions on the wall, she took out a charcoal pencil and began to calculate on a piece of paper. She wrote down the answer and put the sign down. She crossed her arms and waited for the game to start, ignoring the whispers around her. Her appearance caused people to be suspicious. Seeing her place the bet, people began to whisper. When the first game started, she took her sign and went forward to claim her winnings. Like a drop of water falling into a pot of oil, the Yi district immediately exploded. This can't be the beggar from a beggar on the street, right? It's the Miao Qi who won 40 games in a row that day. It's him, I remember now. I was there that day too. That beggar was wearing a dirty blue shirt, it's definitely him. Quickly find someone and tell them that the divine fortune-telling beggar has come to the Bowren Casino again. By the time Yushu won her third game, the Bowren Casino was already packed with people. Those who heard the commotion on Vientiane Street all rushed over to watch the show. On the second floor, the gambling house's shopkeeper Zhou was looking down from the window. Last time, Ji Hyotani had left a message that if he saw the beggar on the street again, he must invite him back. At first, shopkeeper Zhou wasn't sure if the beggar on the street was the one they were looking for. But seeing that Yushu had won 3 games in a row, he had an idea. Just as he was about to send someone down to invite him back, he saw a commotion downstairs. The beggar took the silver and turned around to leave. As Yushu moved, the people in the gambling house who came to watch the show all followed behind her. A large number of people left the hall on the first floor. Shopkeeper Zhou hurriedly sent someone to catch up with them, not forgetting to say, "Be polite, please come back." Just like that, Yushu left the Bowren Casino with a group of people and came to the Vientiane Street. After a few steps, she looked back at the number of people behind her. As she had expected, the effect of being famous was really effective. She was satisfied and directly led the more than 100 people to the main road and the street behind it. Some people asked and greeted her politely, but no matter what they said, Yushu shook her head and didn't answer them. The crowd didn't know where she was going. On the way, some people left, but most of them were curious and stubbornly refused to leave until Yushu led them to the county government office. That's right, the county government office of Yang City was behind the Vientiane Street where Feng Shui gathered. Outside the government office, there were 2 bailiffs with sticks in their hands. When they saw such a large group of people suddenly appearing in front of the door, they looked at each other in surprise. Then, they saw a beggar leave the crowd and walk forward. Yushu stepped up the stairs and went straight to the bright red drum. She picked up the dusty drumstick and heard a buzzing sound behind her. She took a deep breath, picked up the drumstick and fiercely smashed it. Dong 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 dong. Only then did the crowd realize that she actually wanted to beat the drum to seek justice. The 2 bailiffs' faces changed, but they couldn't stop her. They didn't need to go in and report. After a few knocks, several bailiffs heard the noise and ran out. When they saw the person beating the drum outside, they pointed the sticks in their hands at Yushu and angrily scolded, "How dare you, beggar? You dare to make noise outside the door, do you know where this place is?" Yushu put down the drumstick and raised her voice, "I have a grievance." Because of this, there wasn't a single person in the whole year who would go to the door and beat the drum to complain about their grievances. However, the yamen runners reacted quickly. After she finished speaking, they swarmed forward, grabbed her by the arms, and dragged her into the hall. Yushu didn't resist at all and was dragged in. Outside the door, the 100 or so people who were attracted by Yushu saw this scene. Their curiosity was piqued, and they refused to disperse. They crowded at the door and looked inside, discussing spiritedly. From the main entrance to the court where the case was handled, it was only a dozen steps. Standing outside the door, the situation inside could be seen with a glance. When Yushu was dragged into the inner hall, she first raised her head to look at the mirror of eminence, hanging high on the table. Then, she heard a series of rapid footsteps. She wanted to turn around, but someone pressed her shoulder and kneeled down. "Enter the court." Mighty. County Magistrate Ma had just arrived in the morning. He hadn't even sat down in the back hall when he heard the beating of the drum outside. He hurriedly put on his black veil and came out to take a look. The person kneeling in the hall was actually a beggar. He frowned and slammed the gavel in his hand. Bang! "Who is beating the drum in the hall? What grievance do you have? Tell me your name." Chapter 113. After the marriage between the Shui family and the Ji family fell through, Shui Rui had to recuperate in the guest house for a few days due to his injuries. Su Li had already ordered the servants to pack up. Now that he had recovered, he set off for the capital. When the two carriages passed by the north of the city, the coachman wanted to take a shortcut. However, when he turned into a street, he was blocked in the middle of the road. When the carriage stopped, Su Li lifted the curtain and looked outside. He heard the coachman say, "Chief, there are many people in the middle of the road in front. It seems like the yamen is trying a case." Su Li said, "Turn around and take a detour." Before he finished speaking, someone in the carriage said, "Wait, Hotaku, go down and take a look." "What's going on?" Su Li turned his head and looked at his young master, who was lying on the leather mattress and eating sour pears with his head pillowed on it. He turned his body to make way for Bauda, who was sitting on the other side, to get out of the car. After a while, Hotaku came back after asking around. He leaned on the window and said excitedly, "Young master, someone is beating the drum to complain. You definitely can't think of which family they are suing." Shui Rui looked at his face and mocked. Could it be that the Ji family committed a crime? Hotaku opened his mouth in surprise. "How did you know, young master? What do you think?" Shui Rui raised his hand and the pear pit in his hand flew through the window and past Hotaku's ear. Su Li frowned when he saw this. "Let's go down and take a look." Shui Rui touched the black hair on his forehead and covered the scratch on his forehead. He bent down to get down the carriage. Su Li reached out to stop him. "Young master, we still have to hurry. If we can't reach Yan province before dark, we will have to sleep in the wilderness. Then we'll leave tomorrow." Shui Rui pushed his arm away and jumped off the carriage. He asked Hotaku to lead the way and left. Su Li shook his head and sighed. He sat back in the carriage and did not plan to join in the fun. With Hotaku leading the way, the master and servant quickly squeezed their way to the front of the crowd. They looked into the hall, but before they could see anything clearly, they heard the dull sound of a wooden board rising and falling. "Paw! Paw!" Taking a closer look, on the floor of the public hall, there was a person lying on the floor, getting beaten up again and again. The long board that was thicker than a thigh, one high and one low, made one's heart ache. But the person who was being beaten didn't even let out a cry. If it wasn't for the fact that the person on the floor bounced up an inch with each hit, one would really think that it was a cloth dummy. Shui Rui raised his eyebrows, crossed his arms, looked at the beggar-like figure on the floor, and listened to the discussion at the side. After 15 strokes, Yushu's forehead was already covered with a layer of sweat. She gasped, and the veins on her clenched fists were turning green. She felt that her buttocks were about to split open, and if he dared to do it again, she would definitely cry out. No wonder there were very few people who beat the drum to complain. Before the lawsuit was settled, they would first have to suffer a physical pain. "Paw!" County Magistrate Ma slammed the gavel and looked at the beggar who beat the drum to complain about his in-laws with a gloomy expression. He shouted in a deep voice, "Present the complaint paper." Lying on the floor, Yushu gritted her teeth and endured the pain. She turned sideways and took out the complaint paper from her bosom, and handed it over to the yamen runner. The hall was silent, and County Magistrate Ma carefully read through the complaint paper. It clearly stated when Zhao Hui was engaged to the Dou family, when she lost her father and fled to Yiyang, how the Dou family used flowery words to detain her dowry and family property, how Zhao Hui's fiancé died of a sudden illness, how the Dou family's elder sister sent her a letter and seized her dowry and family property, how she filed a lawsuit against the government, and how the Dou family colluded with the Ji family to barter her house, and listed that her appearance did not match her horoscope, and how she was accused of marriage fraud, and how the county magistrate at that time awarded her family property to the Dou family, and even imprisoned her in prison. The more County Magistrate Ma read, the darker his expression became. Zhao Hui's marriage fraud case was judged by his predecessor, and he had been an official for 10 years. Based on his experience and intuition, he knew that there was another injustice in that case, and it involved the Ji family. With so many commoners watching, there was no one in Yang City who didn't know that he was the son-in-law of the Ji family. If he was biased, it would certainly attract criticism. So, he decided to bring everyone here first, and then act according to the situation in court. Pa! Guards, go to the Dou family on the west side of the city, and the Ji family on the east side of the city to arrest them. Several bailiffs responded and left. County Magistrate Ma said to Yushu, where is your godmother, Zhao Hui? Why do you need to beat the drum for her? County Magistrate Ma called out Yushu's name, deliberately pronouncing it in an oblique tone, and discovered that she was his brother-in-law's stepdaughter. First, there were too many people with the same name in Yang City, and second, the Ji family had many descendants, so he really couldn't remember all of them. It had been some time since the incident where Ma Weibo was beaten, and the person in court was a boy who looked like a beggar. Even if he knew who Yushu was, he couldn't immediately connect them together. But there was someone else in front of the yamen, and it was different. Hearing County Magistrate Ma's shout, Shui Rui was stunned, and his expression changed slightly. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the figure lying on the ground in a sorry state not far away. The more he looked, the more familiar he felt. He knew who it was, and his face immediately darkened. Reporting to Darren, Yushu's voice was not as loud as it was when the court opened. She panted and said, not long ago, my godmother was injured by Dou Lu from the Dou family. She is bedridden, so she can't come to court in person. I beat the drum to appeal for justice on her behalf. To complain on someone else's behalf, the first condition was that they were related. Yushu and Zhao Hui were not related by blood, but ancient people compared godparents to blood relatives. She called Zhao Hui godmother, so it was reasonable for her to take the complaint on her behalf. When Yushu mentioned it, County Magistrate Ma remembered the unfinished case from 2 days ago. It was the Dou family who accused a doctor of assault. The doctor refused to plead guilty and was still in prison. But he only thought about it for a moment. He complained that the Dou family had too many problems, but he didn't connect the two cases together. Pa! You said that the Dou family embezzled your godmother's property. Do you have any witnesses? County Magistrate Ma avoided mentioning the Ji family. Yes, Yushu said, when my godmother lost her father and came to Yiyang to seek refuge with the Dou family, an old housekeeper sent her here. The old housekeeper is still alive and runs a bookstore on Changmenpu West Street. His name is Huang Zhou. He can testify for me that what I said is true. My godmother did not cheat the marriage. It was the Dou family and the Ji family who colluded to bully her, an orphan girl. County Magistrate Ma said, come to Changmenpu and bring this Huang Zhou here. Yes, Darren. County Magistrate Ma asked Yushu a few more questions, and Yushu answered them with reason and evidence. An hour later, someone from the Dou family came first. Reporting to Darren. Dou Hong is here. Dou Hong was the eldest daughter of the Dou family. She married a live-in son-in-law and was in charge of the household. She was about the same age as Pei Jing. She had a pair of slender eyes and 2 wrinkles at the corner of her mouth. She had a shrewd look on her face. Yushu couldn't get up, so she just lay on the ground. She turned her head to look and met Dou Hong's cold eyes. Are you Dou Hong? Yes, Darren. Bang! Dou Hong, do you know who Zhao Hui is? Dou Hong said, I do. More than 10 years ago, when my father was still alive, he arranged a marriage for my second brother. The other party was from a merchant family in Yan province. This Zhao Hui is the daughter of that family. Later, she caused my second brother's death. After I found out that her family lied about the marriage, I severed all ties with her. Hearing this, Yu Shu sneered from the ground and did not interrupt. County Magistrate Ma said, someone is accusing the Dou family of embezzling other people's property in front of Jiudong. They used a fake evaluation report to make a false accusation and bullied an orphan girl. Do you plead guilty? Dou Hong was shocked. She took 2 steps forward and said angrily, Darren, this is pure slander. My Dou family has been wealthy for generations. My father was the minister counselor of Western City. Why would I covet other people's property? Bang! County Magistrate Ma slammed the gavel. No noise in the court. Dou Hong unwillingly stepped back. She looked around but didn't see Zhao Hui. She only saw a beggar lying on the ground. Her fear disappeared. After a while, shopkeeper Huang was brought to the yamen. When Dou Hong heard that County Magistrate Ma had summoned her, her expression changed. When she heard that Huang Zhou accused her of embezzling Zhao Hui's property and falsely accusing Zhao Hui of a false marriage, she lost her cool. Darren, please investigate this. This Zhao Hui obviously lied about the marriage. That year, I specially hired a fortune teller to read her fortune. With the evaluation report as proof, how can I falsely accuse her? Which fortune teller did you hire as a witness? Yu Shu suddenly shouted. Ji family's fortune teller. Dou Hong blurted out. After saying it, she realized that something was wrong. She lowered her head and glared at Yu Shu. The yamen's entrance buzzed. Shui Rui's mouth twitched. His expression loosened a little. He couldn't help but laugh. Bang! With a loud bang, Yu Shu obediently shut her mouth. She tilted her head and looked at Dou Hong. She laughed in her heart. I was afraid that you wouldn't admit it. County Magistrate Ma's face darkened. He said to Yu Shu, you heard it. This Ji family's fortune teller is a famous and promising place in Yang City. If you accuse them of colluding with the Dou family to fabricate a false evaluation report, I will not forgive you. I dare not. Yu Shu raised her head and said, Darren, I have evidence to present. County Magistrate Ma waved his hand and ordered the yamen runners, present it. Yes, yes. Yu Shu fumbled in her bosom for a while and took out several cards. She handed them to the yamen runners and handed them to County Magistrate Ma. He lowered his head and saw that it was a residence card and several evaluation cards from the fortune teller's shop. The signature and handprint belonged to Zhao Hui. He frowned and thought that this was bad. Then, he heard Yu Shu say with grief and indignation, in Darren's hand, one of the residence cards is my godmother's birth date and the other evaluation cards were made by fortune tellers and traders from the 6 fortune tellers' shops on Wanxiang Street after they read my godmother's fortune. The handprint on the residence card is taken as proof. There are also evaluation cards from the Liu family and the Kong family's fortune teller shop. Darren, take a look. None of them say that my godmother's fortune doesn't match her fortune, nor does it say that my godmother's fortune is a curse to her husband. I know that the Ji family is a famous fortune teller in Yang City. But they are still as famous as the Kong and Liu families. Could it be that the Liu family and the Kong family are inferior to the Ji family? Only the Ji family can see that my godmother is a jinx. Are the others blind? As soon as he said this, the court was quiet, but the outside of the yamen was in chaos. Chapter 114. No one would have thought that Yu Shu would bring Zhao Hui to several exchange shops in advance to ask for evaluation reports, and she even mixed in the Kong and Liu family. The reputation of the Kong and Liu family in Yang City was no less than that of the Ji family. The evaluation reports they gave did not say that Zhao Hui had a problem, which meant that Zhao Hui did not have a bad fate. Obviously, there was something wrong with the evaluation report the Ji family gave that year. Everyone thought, if there is something wrong with the G family's evaluation report, then wasn't the Doe family's case of claiming that the orphan girl was a jinx in marriage fraud a false accusation? Not only was it a false accusation, but it was also an embezzlement of someone else's dowry. These two crimes added together were not light. The onlookers knew this, and Do Hong was even more aware of it. Since ancient times, it was taboo to embezzle someone else's family property. This crime was as serious as murder. The difference was that murder had to be paid with one's life, but embezzlement had to be returned in double, and the family property would be confiscated. Do Hong's expression changed, and the wrinkles under her lips turned into the shape of an 8. She no longer looked as calm and composed as before. In a panic, she knelt down and said, "Milord, you've wronged me. Don't listen to this unruly commoner's nonsense." Yu Shu retorted, "How could I be spouting nonsense? The appraisal report that your family obtained from the G family was a fake to begin with. You falsely accused my godmother and conspired to steal my godmother's property. How are you being wronged? How dare you say that the G family's evaluation report is real?" County Magistrate Ma's eyelid twitched, and he felt something was wrong. He hurried to hit the gavel to stop the voice below, but he was still one step too late. Of course it's real. How could she say it was fake? If it was fake, didn't it prove that she had indeed falsely accused Zhao Hui and coveted her family property? Pa! Yu Shu sneered in her heart, just as Pei Jing said, "The eldest daughter of the Dou family is greedy, and the youngest daughter is shrewish. They are both selfish. Milord, please investigate." Yu Shu gritted her teeth and dragged half of her numb body up. She propped herself up with her hands on the ground and looked up at County Magistrate Ma. She said angrily, "This Do Hong insists that the Ji family's appraisal invitation is real, but the day before yesterday, I did obtain an appraisal invitation for my godmother's horoscope from 6 trading houses. If this Do Hong did not collude with the Ji family to steal my godmother's fortune, could it be that the Ji family miscalculated my godmother's horoscope and misjudged her to be a jinx? If that's the case, then the Ji clan's title as the Yi Shui clan is nothing more than an empty shell to deceive the world. An empty shell to deceive the world." After a moment of silence, there was another uproar outside the yamen. The hubbub of voices almost covered County Magistrate Ma's astonished voice. Slap! Slap! In the court. No noise. County Magistrate Ma looked at Yu Shu with a gloomy face. He didn't know whether to be angry or angry. How could this sloppy beggar have such a glib tongue? With just a few evaluation reports, he forced Do Hong into a corner. Instead of arguing with the Do family, she accused the Ji family. But he couldn't say that she wasn't from the Ji family. If the evaluation report was real, then it was the Ji family's misjudgment and tarnished their family's reputation. If the Ji family's evaluation report was fake, then it was the Do family who colluded with the Ji family to steal their daughter's property and tarnish their family's reputation. Now, it was impossible to tell whether it was real or fake. Yu Shu lowered her head. Under the cover of her hair, a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Whether it was the Ji family or the Do family, she couldn't escape this time. Who dares to say that my Ji family is deceiving the public? Right at that moment, an angry shout came from the yamen entrance. The onlookers separated and saw 2 middle-aged men being escorted out by yamen runners in date clothes and black hats. One had a pale face and was slightly chubby while the other had a beard. Both of them looked unhappy because of the criticism about their Ji family. "Milord, the second master of the Ji family, Ji Xiaochun, and the third master, Ji Hyotani, have arrived." Yu Shu turned her head to look at the 2 people who were striding towards her and lay back on the ground. She couldn't guarantee that Ji Hyotani wouldn't recognize her with her disheveled hair. County Magistrate Ma looked at the 2 people who came late and secretly let out a sigh of relief. He was afraid that if they had come a little later, Do Hong would have been coaxed by the wicked people to sell the Ji family. What he didn't know was that Ji Hyotani and Ji Xiaochun didn't come late on purpose. They were delayed because of a collision at the intersection. Ji Hyotani saw the situation as soon as he entered the hall. His second sister-in-law's eldest cousin, Do Hong, was standing on the side in a panic. A beggar was lying on the ground, presumably the one who lied. Staring at the back of Yushu's head, Ji Hyotani didn't think that this was his stepdaughter who was kicked out of the family not long ago. Instead, he was more concerned about why there were so many people gathered at the door. Ji Xiaochun frowned and looked at Do Hong. He turned to Yushu on the ground and said coldly, "Diao Zi, was it you who sullied the reputation of my Ji family just now? Where did this dog come from?" He really didn't know his place. Yushu ignored him and said to County Magistrate Ma in a low voice, "I hope Darren will investigate this matter and give justice to my godmother." Ji Xiaochun wanted to say something but County Magistrate Ma coughed and interrupted him. Although it was his second brother-in-law in the hall, there were so many eyes watching. He couldn't show favoritism. "Is she from the Ji family?" Both of them said, "Yes." County Magistrate Ma raised his hand and pointed at Yushu on the ground. "This person accused your Ji family of colluding with the Do family 9 years ago. They made fake appraisals and slandered his godmother, Lady Zhao, by saying that her birth date was fake and helping the Do family to seize Lady Zhao's dowry property. There are witnesses, Huang Zhou, and 6 other shops made appraisals to prove that she is not a widow. Do you plead guilty?" Ji Xiaochun and Ji Hyotani looked at each other. The former stepped forward and said unhurriedly, "Reporting to Darren, our Ji family is not aware of this matter." Yushu narrowed her eyes. It seemed that these two people had discussed this on the way here and refused to admit it no matter what. But did they think that this matter could be cleared up with just one sentence? Reporting to Darren, Yushu said, "It was clearly the Ji family's shop that made the appraisals. Do Hong just admitted it herself, and Uncle Huang testified. But now this Master Ji is saying that he doesn't know anything. Isn't he trying to lie?" "Humph." Ji Xiaochun snorted heavily. He looked calm on the surface, but he had a guilty conscience in his heart. He had some impression of what happened that year. Do Hong did come to him for help, but he was careful at that time and didn't show up. He asked 2 traders in the shop to do it, and then he forgot about it. Who would have thought that this matter would be exposed again and jeopardize the family's reputation? He couldn't decide how to deal with it, so he looked up at County Magistrate Ma and gave him a look, hoping that his brother-in-law would give him a hint. County Magistrate Ma was in a dilemma. When he saw the look in Ji Xiaochun's eyes, he couldn't say anything. With so many pairs of eyes staring at him in broad daylight, everyone knew what was right and wrong. If he made a mistake, he would definitely be criticized. Last year, the emperor went to Jiangnan and dismissed several people who practiced favoritism and fraud, and some people were even beheaded. Nowadays, the most taboo in the officialdom was to cover up. It was fine if he didn't get found out, but if someone made a fuss about this matter, he might not be able to protect his reputation. County Magistrate Ma is a cautious man. After a quick consideration, he glanced at the people in the hall. His eyes glanced at Do Hong, Ji Xiaochun, and Ji Hyotani's faces one by one. He easily figured out the severity of the matter. He slammed the gavel and said, "Ji Xiaochun, you said your Ji family didn't know about it. Could it be that the people in the East store were deceiving you?" As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall turned pale. Yushu secretly sneered, "They are indeed a family. This County Magistrate Ma wants to exonerate the Ji family. In order to protect the Ji family's reputation, he actually betrayed Do Hong and chose to sacrifice the rook to save the king." Do Hong was not so stupid as to not understand what was being said. He turned to look at Ji Xiaochun in panic and met Ji Xiaochun's complicated gaze. Do Hong felt a chill in his heart as Ji Xiaogu stepped forward to answer on his behalf. "Milord, please investigate this matter. My Ji family indeed had no knowledge of this dirty matter. Since the appraisal invitation had been leaked from my Ji family's trading house, it must have been due to the selfish motives of someone in the trading house. At that time, they were enticed by someone else to come forward and give false testimony. I would like to ask Milord to investigate the case file and find that fake appraisal invitation. I would like to see which scoundrel dared to tarnish my Ji family's reputation and collude with the Do family to shamelessly seize other people's property." Do Hong turns around and sees Ji Hyotani's sharp eyes staring at her. Do Hong falls to the ground on her butt and her face turns pale. She knows that the Ji family is trying to distance themselves from her for the sake of their reputation. They want her to follow Ji Hyotani's righteous words. She is very fearless and proactively proposes to find out the truth, which immediately makes many onlookers outside the hall change their minds. Bang! "Where's the registrar? Go to the back hall and look through the files of Zhao Hui's case 9 years ago. Bring the fake appraisal invitation to the hall." Hearing County Magistrate Ma's order, Yu Shu sneers again. If she can find the fake appraisal invitation, she will take advantage of the time when the streamer goes to the back hall to find evidence. County Magistrate Ma slaps the gavel again and resolutely cuts through the Gordian knot. He says to Do Hong, "Do Hong, now we have both witnesses and material evidence. They all accuse you of fabricating the fake appraisal invitation to falsely accuse Zhao Hui of marriage fraud and embezzling other people's property. What else do you have to say?" What else can Do Hong say? If she says anything more, she will just be pouring dirty water on the Ji family. Now the Ji family clearly wants to distance themselves from her. If she doesn't let go, she is afraid that in the future. Bang! "Since you have nothing to say, you can sign your name." County Magistrate Ma doesn't give Do Hong more time to react. He waves his hand and asks the advisor to take the written statement of guilt. The runners grab Do Hong's hand and press her fingerprint on it. The 2 crimes Yu Shu accused the Do family of were considered to be light. Now, only the Ji family has not been decided. County Magistrate Ma immediately sentenced Do Hong to return the property she embezzled from Zhao Hui. Of course, Zhao Hui must come to collect it in person. Yu Shu can't do it on her behalf. In addition, the Do family's property is confiscated and Do Hong is sentenced to 2 years in prison. She is directly dragged to the side by the runners to be beaten with a board. Do Hong is not as tough as Yu Shu. She lives like a princess and is not young. Her screams are heard later, giving people goosebumps. Yu Shu looks at this scene coldly. Finally, she stands up for Zhao Hui. She is angry, but she is also angry. Outside the yamen, people are still talking and arguing. It is noon, but the crowd shows no signs of dispersing. They are still waiting to see what the Ji family will say in the end. Chapter 115. Do Hong endured the flogging and was taken away to be detained, half dead. The registrar entered the room to look through the files. After about the time it takes to eat a meal, one trotted out from inside. Just as Yu Shu expected, the fake evaluation report that once caused Zhao Hui to be doomed is lost. Yes, the registrar seems to be County Magistrate Ma's confidant. He knows that the item cannot be taken out to avoid unnecessary trouble. The files from 9 years ago only record the case and the Ji family's trading house as evidence. However, there is no detailed information about the identity of the Ji family customer who made the evaluation report for Zhao Hui. In this way, Ji Hyotani speaks with more confidence. "Milord, the most important thing in our trading house is our reputation. The biggest taboo is to change people's fate on the evaluation report. Getting involved in this dirty business is like shooting oneself in the foot. Although the person who made the false testimony for Do Hong was from our Ji family's trading house, it was not ordered by the Ji family. Milord, please investigate this. Ji Xiaochun also says angrily, if I find out who did this, I will not forgive him. At this moment, the person he really does not want to forgive is Yu Shu, who made the Ji family a disgrace. Now the Ji family insists that they do not know anything. The person who made the fake evaluation report for Do Hong accepted her bribe and did something to damage the reputation of the Ji family. The Ji family is also the victim. Yu Shu does not say a word. She lies on the ground and quietly watches County Magistrate Ma's performance. County Magistrate Ma slaps the gavel and looks dignified. He says to Yu Shu, the document from 9 years ago was probably lost when sorting out the files. It can't be found now and I can't make a judgment. Do Hong has pleaded guilty. Although the fake evaluation report came from the Ji family's trading house, it must not have been ordered by the Ji family. Your accusation that the Do family colluded with the Ji family to embezzle the property of your godmother's family doesn't make sense. Therefore, I find the Ji family not guilty. What else do you have to complain about? What else was there to complain about? Not only County Magistrate Ma and the two from the Ji family, but the people outside the Yamen also felt that the drumming case should end here. After all, the Do family, the main culprit of the false accusation of marriage fraud and embezzlement of an orphan girl's family property, had been convicted, and the family property had also been ordered to be returned. As for whether the Ji family ordered someone to make the fake evaluation report, there is no evidence now. But Yu Shu does not agree with them. Milord, I have one more thing. County Magistrate Ma was stunned for a moment before he ordered the Yamen runner to retrieve it. He saw Yu Shu taking out another item from her bosom. He took a look at it and saw that it was another evaluation slip. It was different from the 6 that were placed next to him. This evaluation slip was square-shaped, with the Ji family's exchange shop's emblem embossed on it. This is an evaluation slip from the Ji family's exchange shop. Please compare it with the 6 I presented earlier. County Magistrate Ma felt something was wrong. He frowned and spread out the evaluation reports on the table. He looked at them one by one and soon found a problem. Ji Xiaochun and Ji Haotani did not know why County Magistrate Ma's expression suddenly changed. Yu Shu was waiting for this moment. She supported herself with her hands on the ground and slowly climbed up. She endured the pain and stood up shakily. She wiped the sweat on her forehead with her sleeve and took a deep breath. She said in a clear voice, "Milord, as you can see, this and the previous 6 were all evaluation reports made for my godmother by the trading houses on Vientiane Street. Although my godmother is not a jinx, her fate is not very good. When the trading houses measured my godmother's fortune, they all said that she would be hardworking and short-lived in middle age. The Liu family's and the Kong family's trading houses were very accurate. They both predicted that my godmother would meet with a great disaster this year and her life might be in danger. My godmother was indeed killed not long ago. At this time, it was much quieter outside the Yamen than before. Everyone was listening attentively to what Yu Shu wanted to say. With the help of a noble, my godmother tried to entice the 7 trading houses to give them more money. She asked them to tamper with the evaluation reports and change my godmother's life into a wealthy one. They lied that she would remarry. 6 of them rejected my godmother, but only 1 accepted the money and tampered with the evaluation report. It was the one I just presented to Milord. Yu Shu paused. She turned her head and looked at the 2 members of the Ji family. Her disheveled hair and dirty face hid a triumphant smile. It's the one from the Ji family's trading house. There was a buzz outside the Yamen again. Changing a short life into a wealthy one, and for someone to remarry, this was too ridiculous. What Yu Shu did was actually very unreasonable. Who would deliberately go to a trading house to bribe someone to make a fake appraisal report for her? It was fine if she did it, but why did she have to say it in public? But in this kind of situation, the unreasonable became the reasonable, and the unspeakable became the acceptable. Originally, by kicking Do Hong, the Ji family had more or less cleared themselves of any involvement in the case from 9 years ago. Now, with this incident, it was tantamount to putting a pot of dirty sh*t on their heads. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ji Xiaochun stared at Yu Shu with anger and a little panic. Ji Haotani's face darkened. His eyes flashed, as if he found this beggar familiar. Yu Shu was not afraid of being recognized. She pointed at the two of them and scolded angrily, 9 years ago, someone tempted you with a bribe. Your Ji family's trading house had the guts to help others do evil. He made a fake evaluation report and framed someone as a person who brought bad luck. 9 years later, someone tempted you with a bribe. Your Ji family's trading house still had the guts to make a fake evaluation report and change someone's fate. Was it done by one person or the whole family? Do you think people are fools? Other trading houses don't do it. Only your Ji family dared to do it. Framing someone as a person who brought bad luck and cultivating a wealthy life, this shameless and immoral thing, your Ji family dared to do it 9 years ago, and you still dare to do it 9 years later. Let's see if you still dare to do it 9 years later. As soon as she finished speaking, both inside and outside the yamen fell silent at the same time. The two words, Ji family, instantly darkened everyone's hearts. Gibberish. Gibberish. Ji Xiaochun's face was livid. He glared at Yu Shu and wanted to hit her. He was the one who managed this trading house. It had several generations of reputation. How could he let her ruin it? Ji Haotani pulled Ji Xiaochun back. He was also angry, but he knew he could not do anything to Yu Shu here. Slap. Magistrate Ma shouted angrily, "Don't be presumptuous in court." Yu Shu ignored him. When she saw Ji Haotani's face, she remembered how Yu Xiaoxiu's back was beaten until it was bloody. She cried and told him that she didn't want to stay in the Ji family anymore. How they forced her to become the concubine of their precious 4th Mississippi. How Zhao Hui ended up in such a tragic state. Also, how she was beaten half to death and thrown out of the Ji family like a dog. Her face was flushed and her eyes were cold. She took a step forward and gritted her teeth. In Yang City, there are 3 major trading houses. The Liu family and the Kong family are both worthy of their name. Only your Ji family deceives the world and pretends to have evil intentions. You don't deserve to be called an aristocratic family. You've humiliated Yi Feng. What bullsh*t Yi Feng family? Tui. She spat a mouthful of phlegm on Ji Haotani's chest. The onlookers outside the yamen were dumbfounded. Such humiliation would probably make them the biggest joke in Yang City in the future. Ji Haotani looked down at the phlegm on his body. His face turned green. This time, not only did Ji Xiaochun want to hit someone, he wanted to kill someone. You! Forgetting that he was in court, Ji Haotani raised his hand high. When he was about to swing it down, the person in front of him suddenly rolled his eyelids and fell to the ground. "Milord, he fainted." A bailiff came forward and checked Yu Shu's eyelids. He said to Magistrate Ma, who was stunned. Looking at the man who had fainted on the ground, Ji Xiaogu froze in place. A mouthful of blood was stuck in his throat, and he wanted to punch himself twice to spit it out. Magistrate Ma felt a throbbing pain in his head. He had handled many cases in his years as a magistrate, big and small, but he had never encountered such a case. A tattletale almost angered everyone in the court to death. But he didn't know what to do with this scoundrel. Outside the yamen, everyone was whispering and pointing. Most of them were talking about the Ji family. Naturally, their words were not pleasant to hear. "This kid is young, but his brain works fast. However, he is so unforgiving. He is too vicious and lacks kindness. When he heard this evaluation, Shuai, who was staring blankly towards the side, turned his head to look at Su Li, who was standing behind him at an unknown time, and the corners of Shuai's mouth curled into a ridiculing smile as he said indifferently, "Since you're seeking revenge, then who are you showing it to?" Su Li glanced at him with disapproval and said, "Young master, get in the carriage. We should leave. There's no rush." As soon as Shuai finished speaking, he heard a cry resound out from the crowd, and then a thin and pitiable woman squeezed out of the crowd and staggered as she ran into the public hall, and a robust female servant chased after her. Xiao Yu. Magistrate Ma was worried about how to deal with Yu Shu when he saw a sickly woman lying beside Yu Shu and crying in the court. Pa! Who is this in the court? This woman is Zhao Hui. Everyone's jaws dropped. So this is the main character of today's drumming case. Looking at her, she is indeed pitifully thin. County Magistrate Ma's mind spun a few times. He looked at the two from the Ji family, cleared his throat and said, "Since you are here, you should personally listen to the verdict. This official has already punished that Do Hong. If you still want to sue the Ji family, then show some evidence first." At this moment, Zhao Hui's heart was completely tied to Yu Shu. Looking at Yu Shu's miserable appearance, she didn't have the heart to think about the evidence. She choked out, "I beg Darren to let me take my son home." Ji Xiaochun and Ji Hyotani do not want Yu Shu to leave at this moment, but they can't stop her. She is still unconscious and is not a criminal. They can't just splash water on her to wake her up. County Magistrate Ma did not think the same as them. Although the Ji family was unlucky this time, the matter had already come to this. If they continued to make trouble in the court, he would be the one with a headache. He should take this opportunity to close the case and drive them away first. Well, this official will now find the Ji family not guilty. Zhao Hui, sign your name. Zhao Hui pressed her fingerprint on the document and let the strong servant who came with her carry Yu Shu on his back. They squeezed out of the crowd and left. Pei Jing's carriage is waiting for them in the opposite alley. You also sign your names. Magistrate Ma said to Ji Xiaochun and Ji Hyotani, who have dishes in front of him. Ji Hyotani gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. He took the document and glanced at it. His eyes fell on a name. Yu Shu. These two words made him suspicious. He thought back to where the familiar feeling came from when he looked at the beggar, and his eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 116. As soon as Zhao Hui left with Yu Shu, there were some people following behind them. They saw them board a horse carriage across the street and disappear into the deep alley. Then, Ji Xiaochun and Ji Hyotani also left with stiff faces. As soon as the door of the yamen was closed, the yamen runners chased after them for a while, and the crowd dispersed. However, some of them still felt unsatisfied, so they returned to the Vientiane Street and told the story of the unjust case of beating the drum to those who were unable to make it. In less than an afternoon, the entire Vientiane Street would know that the Ji family's exchange shop had been sued to the yamen for helping someone make a fake appraisal report, falsely accusing an orphan girl of cheating her marriage, and helping someone embezzle her family's property. The person who filed the lawsuit against the Ji family was the beggar from the One Dao and One Begging group that went on a killing spree in the Baoran casino a month ago. These are all for later. First, when Yu Shu boarded the horse carriage, she opened her eyes to the sound of Zhao Hui crying. She laughed in a hoarse voice, "Aunt Hui, don't cry. Don't you know that I was pretending? Otherwise, why would they let me go?" Zhao Hui didn't mind the dirt on her body. She pulled her into her arms and held her head. She sobbed, "Who asked you to beat the drum and cry out for justice in my place? Who asked you to be beaten? Do you want me to die?" Yushu was in her chest and her but was burning in pain. However, her heart was unprecedentedly free. There was no longer anything stuck in her heart. The anger of the Ji family was vented on Zhao Hui. She laughed. What are you sad about? You should be happy. The Dou family finally got their retribution. They should have a taste of your bitter past. It's not only the Dou family who got their retribution. The horse carriage stopped at a secluded corner and Pei Jing boarded the carriage. Mr. Pei. Yushu wanted to get up from Zhao Hui's lap but her butt was swollen and it was difficult to move. Just lie there, Pei Jing said. He sat down opposite them and stared at Yushu, looking at her again and again. Yushu felt guilty under his stare and closed her eyes. Hee hee. Pei Jing said with a deeper meaning, I didn't expect you to think of such a method. You led everyone to the yamen and forced Magistrate Ma to not dare to openly show favoritism. You even embarrassed the Ji family in front of so many people. Yushu opened her eyes a slit and looked at Pei Jing. She wasn't sure if he knew that she was the beggar, so she played dumb and said, speaking of which, it was Sir who told me about the one Dao, one beggar. That gave me an idea. Fortunately, that group of people didn't know what was good for them. When they saw me win 2 rounds, they mistook me for that person and followed me obediently. It wasn't that she didn't believe Pei Jing, but Jing Chen was involved. If she really admitted that she was the beggar, how could she explain the Daoist? She would have to take back her lie. She might as well pretend to be ignorant to the end. Pei Jing looked at her suspiciously and swallowed the matter. He then asked something else, Ashu, let me ask you something. Do you have a grudge against the Ji family? After sending Yushu off in the morning, he went to the main hall of the Chamber of Commerce. As soon as he heard the commotion at the yamen, he rushed over and became a spectator outside. He was present during the whole trial. He couldn't help but be secretly shocked as he watched the scene. How old was this child? She was already so scheming. Although Do Hong wasn't a smart person, she was almost played by her in the court. Several times, she lured her to say things she shouldn't. He always thought that Yushu was a good child with a good temperament. Now it seemed that it wasn't the case at all. Especially when he saw her bite the Ji family in the end, it made him, a man who had been in the business world for a long time, feel a chill down his spine. His intuition told him that it wasn't just for the sake of Zhao Hui. She must have a personal grudge against the Ji family. Zhao Hui knew about Yushu's background and had been helping her hide it. Now that she heard Pei Jing's question, she felt a little uncomfortable. Yushu sensed it and hesitated for a moment before saying, My and Xiaoxiu's biological father passed away early. A few years ago, my mother was chosen by the 3rd master of the Ji family and was taken in as a concubine by the Ji family. Pei Jing was very surprised. He didn't expect that Yushu's background would be like this. Then your relationship with the Ji family is. After all, Yushu borrowed Pei Jing's east wind to settle the Ji family. When he asked, she couldn't not answer, so she roughly explained, a few months ago, I did something wrong and was driven out by the old madam in a rage. Later, I met Aunt Hui and was taken in by her. Then the Ji family took me back and forced me to be a concubine of a family in the capital. They also beat up Xiaoxiu. Later, the marriage didn't go through and we were driven out. This was also the first time that Zhao Hui heard Yushu talk about how the Ji family forced her to be a concubine. As soon as she heard it, she got angry and stopped crying. She said angrily, Is the Ji family still a thing? Pei Jing also felt that the Ji family had gone too far, but he was more emotional about Yushu. She was the kind of person who would definitely take revenge after suffering a loss. She was the kind of person who shouldn't be trifled with. She was still young and didn't have enough ability. If she had something to rely on in the future, it would be really scary. However, she was also very loyal to Zhao Hui. She was the kind of person who was most worth befriending. She was the kind of person who would repay kindness. It was a pity that these two personalities were born in the same person. If it was a man, he would definitely be able to rule over a region. However, since she was born as a woman, she would eventually have to bow down to a man. When Ji Xiaochun and Ji Hyotani returned to the Ji family, they didn't dare to tell old lady Ji about what happened at the yamen. They were afraid that she would be so angry that she would pass out, so they decided to hide it from her. Ji Xiaochun went to find Ji Xiaohan to discuss it, while Ji Hyotani returned to the west courtyard. He went to the little west pavilion and threw a tantrum in Aunt Chui's room. After smashing a few utensils, he left the weeping Aunt Chui behind and went back to his room to ask the servants to boil water for a bath. Before he could remove half of his clothes, a servant came from outside the room to report that there was an urgent matter. Ji Xiaogu walked to the door with a dark expression. When he heard the servants muttering, his expression changed several times. Is there a mistake? You saw with your own eyes that the beggar appeared in our gambling house and took someone away. Yes, master, it was that beggar. I didn't expect that he would go to the yamen to complain. No wonder he came to our gambling house to smash our signboard. He has been holding a grudge against you for a long time. What happened to you, master? Go back to work. Ji Hyotani went back to his room with his hand on his forehead. His mind was in a mess. The girl he had just driven out a while ago was actually the beggar who won 40 rounds in his gambling house that day. No, it couldn't be her. How could it be her? How could she have the ability to do that? She must have heard about the one Dao and one beggar, so she did it on purpose. Someone must have helped her to win. Yes, it should be like this. Thinking of this, Ji Hyotani's expression became a little better. He poured a cup of tea to calm himself down. As he drank, he sneered. Finally, he stood up and threw the cup on the ground. Bang! Yu Shu and Zhao Hui left the yamen. They didn't go back to Pei Jing's mansion. Instead, they were taken to another residence in the south of the city. Yu Xiaoxiu had been sent to the room first. He was waiting restlessly in the room. When he saw Yu Shu being carried in by someone, he stood up abruptly. Jin Bao, who had been lying on his knees, flipped over and fell to the ground with a squeak. He angrily used his tail to hit the tip of Yu Xiaoxiu's shoes and went under the table to sulk. Sister, what happened to you? How did you end up like this? Yu Xiaoxiu's mouth flattened and his eyes turned red. Shut up. Go get a basin of water. Yu Shu didn't have the energy to deal with a crying bag. Oh. After taking off her dirty clothes, Yu Shu was stuffed under the quilt. Pei Jing had prepared the medicine early in the morning. Zhao Hui sat on the bed and lifted the quilt. When she saw Yu Shu's red and purple butt, her tears fell again. Yu Shu knew that she was crying even with her eyes closed. She was helpless. Ever since Zhao Hui had a near-death experience, it was as if she was made of water. She often shed 2 drops of tears. She didn't like people crying, but she couldn't lose her temper at Zhao Hui, so she had to endure it. Sister, the water is here. As soon as she heard Yu Xiaoxiu's voice, Yu Shu quickly pulled the quilt up. Put it on the side of the bed and go out. Close the door. Ah. Yu Xiaoxiu understood and said reluctantly, Can I not go out? Yu Shu opened her eyes and glared at him. She was about to die from the pain. If you don't go out, are you going to stand on the side and wait to see my naked butt? Do you believe that I won't beat you up when I'm done? Earlier in the yamen, he had only been focused on the battle of words. Once he got excited, he forgot about the pain. Now that he had gone over, he couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't lose his temper at Zhao Hui, so he could only be fierce at her. Yu Xiaoxiu saw the fierce look on her face and didn't dare to argue. He obediently pulled Kim Bao out from under the table and went out to close the door. Zhao Hui and the servant woman arranged by Pei Jing cleaned Yu Shu's body and applied medicine. Halfway through, Yu Shu fell asleep. When she woke up, it was already night time. The mud on her body had been wiped clean and she felt refreshed. Of course, except for her but. Zhao Hui was still sick, so she didn't accompany Yu Shu. Yu Xiaoxiu had returned to the room. When Yu Shu opened her eyes, she saw him sitting on the table and making Kim Bao do somersaults. Kim Bao was very uncooperative. It was a small ball on the table and refused to move. When Yu Xiaoxiu poked it, it would move away. When Yu Shu poked it again, it would turn over and lie on all fours. In Yu Shu's opinion, this little thing was a classic example of non-violence and non-cooperation. If you treated it well, it would get angry. If you knocked its head twice, it would be obedient. Of course, if you gave it a silver grain, the effect would be better. Hee hee. Yu Shu suddenly laughed foolishly. When Yu Xiaoxiu heard this, he immediately left Kim Bao and ran to the bedside. Sister, you're awake. Yes. Yu Shu's but was injured, so she could only lie on her side. She raised her hand to touch his head, but she couldn't reach it. When Yu Xiaoxiu realized this, he consciously lowered his body and lay on the side of her bed so that she could put her hand on his head. He was much more obedient than Kim Bao. Yu Shu rubbed his hair and felt her palms soften. She smiled and said, Xiaoxiu, I helped you vent your anger this morning. Yu Xiaoxiu's eyes widened. He knew that Yu Shu had helped Zhao Hui in the lawsuit, but he didn't know what happened in the yamen that morning. Chapter 117. After winning the lawsuit against the Dou family, Pei Jing had Xing Qi follow Zhao Hui to the yamen the next day to hand over the dowry list. County Magistrate Ma hid in the back hall and didn't show up. The advisor sent a bailiff to follow Zhao Hui to the Dou family's house to count the belongings. The Dou family's people went to the prison early in the morning to see Dou Hong, so only the Dou family's eldest son-in-law was there. The bailiff brought out the documents and forced him to open the storehouse and find the housekeeper to get the account books. Xing Qi's men moved everything that needed to be moved in one morning. The extra compensation was converted into silver taels. This amount was calculated by Pei Jing's people long ago. Zhao Hui's dowry back then was quite rich because of the family's property. Because the Dou family's business hadn't been good these past few years, the family's wealth had decreased. In the end, after calculating everything, they still couldn't come up with less than 600 taels. The eldest son-in-law originally wanted to deny it, but Xing Qi directly pointed at the family's ancestral home and estimated the location. He wanted the eldest son-in-law to get the land deed. The eldest son-in-law almost fainted. The bailiff, who had been bribed by Xing Qi beforehand, scolded him a few times and then signed on the promissory note Xing Qi wrote. He didn't even look carefully at what was written on it. As soon as they left the Dou family's house, Xing Qi and Zhao Hui were watched. The people who were following them watched them bring the carriages of belongings back to a house in the south of the city before going back to report. At lunchtime, Yu Shu lay on her stomach on the bed and took the promissory note from Zhao Hui. She looked at the black and white words on the note and smiled as she flicked the paper. She turned her head and said to Zhao Hui, "Tomorrow, have Mr. Pei send someone to the prison to pick up Dr. He." Zhao Hui was happy but also worried. Dou Lu isn't that easy to talk to. I'm afraid whether she's easy to talk to is Dou Hong's business. Yu Shu rested her head on her arm and said, Mr. Pei has already investigated. The Dou family's shops are all losing money. Today, we moved the storehouse again and the yamen searched and confiscated it. There's only that shabby house left. With this promissory note, if they don't pay in cash in 3 days, we'll have people take over the house. Do you think they'll be willing to live on the streets and be beggars, or do us a favor and withdraw the lawsuit against Dr. He and guarantee them a house? No matter what, they won't make a loss. Even if Do Hong doesn't consider herself, she has to consider her children. She can't expect the Ji family to help them. With how harsh the Ji family was, if their reputation was ruined this time, they would definitely resent the Do family as well. They wouldn't be relatives anymore. When Zhao Hui heard Yushu's words, her heart calmed down. She lowered her head and lovingly tidied up Yushu's hair, which was a mess from sleep. She slowly said, "Before this, I didn't even dare to think that there would be a day in my life when I saw the Do family get what they deserved. Xiao Yu, the heavens must have pitied me, so they showed mercy and specially assigned me to be a lucky star." When Yushu heard this, she smiled. She gently tapped her arm with her chin and said, "Is there a lucky star like me? I feel that you started to have bad luck because you met me. Your life used to be so peaceful. How can those days of suffering humiliation be peaceful?" Zhao Hui shook her head. "Now, my heart is really peaceful." Yushu turned her head and looked at Zhao Hui's gentle eyes. She seemed to be able to feel the calmness in her heart. Suddenly, she asked, "Aunt Hui, when this matter is over, are you willing to leave Yang with me and go to the capital?" This was the first time that Yushu had mentioned going to the capital in front of Zhao Hui. Because she had planned to leave for a long time, she had offended the Ji family without hesitation. Now Ji Hyotani must have recognized her and was thinking of ways to teach her a lesson. As for Zhao Hui, Pei Jing had talked to her in private yesterday. He would find a day to hold a banquet and recognize Zhao Hui as his sworn sister. With his protection, the Ji family couldn't do anything to Zhao Hui. She was safe in Yang City. But she couldn't stay in Yang for long. The Ji family wouldn't let her go no matter what. Once this matter was over, she would leave with Yu Xiaoxiu. Whether Zhao Hui was willing to go to the capital with them or not, she had to ask her personally. Go to the capital." Zhao Hui was surprised. "You and your brother are going to the capital?" Yushu's eyes lit up. "Yes, I'm going to the capital." It wasn't just to avoid the sharp edge, nor was it because she had promised to help Qingzheng find the Book of Mystic Maiden's 6 wrens. The capital was the place where all the exchanges in the world converged. There were many talents in the Great Yen examination, and there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in LoveLore Library. The Celestial Commissioner was the place with the highest exchanges in the world. She really wanted to see and learn for herself. She had a premonition that there would be more breakthroughs in the laws of algebra when she went there. Zhao Hui looked awkward. She opened her mouth to say something, but when she saw Yushu's expression, she swallowed her words and nodded. "As long as you aren't afraid that I'll be a burden, I'll go with you to the capital to take a look." Yushu's heart was yearning, so she didn't notice the hesitation on Zhao Hui's face. When she heard her agree, she smiled and grabbed her hand. "How can you be a burden? When your body gets better, we can walk slowly on the way. We can even have fun on the way." Zhao Hui saw that she was happy, so she smiled as well. However, her smile didn't last for a moment before she suddenly stopped. She seemed to have thought of something and asked Yushu nervously, "If the third master of the Ji family recognizes you and your mother is still in the Ji family, will he take it out on her?" Yushu shook her head and said calmly, "Ji Hyotani is the smartest one in the Ji family. He can't wash his dirty linen in public. If the first and second branch found out that I was the one who sued the Ji family yesterday, he would be scolded by old lady Ji first and be blamed. He would definitely hide this matter and wouldn't do anything to my mother. At most, he would scold her a little to vent his anger. The more guilty he is, the safer my mother will be." She was sure of the relationship between them, so she could spit on Ji Hyotani yesterday and watch his blood vessels burst. Not only that, when she left the Ji family, she deliberately asked Aunt Chui for her birth date so that she could predict her misfortune. Last night, she even divined for her. If something really happened to her, she would be the first to know. After all, Yu Xiaoxiu still cared about his biological mother, so she wouldn't care about Aunt Chui's safety. In the afternoon, Pei Jing sent someone to the prison with the IOU signed by the eldest son-in-law of the Dou family and talked with Dou Hong. Things went smoother than expected. Dou Hong took the initiative to ask someone to go to the Dou family to find Dou Lu. The two sisters talked in the prison. No matter what the process was, Dou Lu went to the yamen early the next morning to ask for the IOU. At noon that day, He Fengji was released from the prison. Zhao Hui was still sick and insisted on picking him up personally. In the carriage, the two met. Seeing the haggard and unshaven He Fengji, Zhao Hui cried again. Although He Fengji had spent a few days in prison, seeing that Zhao Hui was safe and in good spirits, He Fengji hurriedly comforted her for a while and asked her what had happened. There were only the two of them in the carriage. Zhao Hui told him from beginning to end, including how Pei Jing owed her late father a favor and how Yu Shu sued the Dou family in court. He Fengji sighed repeatedly. Finally, when she told him about the Dou family's fate, He Fengji clapped his hands and shouted, "Evil people get what they deserve." Zhao Hui smiled through her tears and said, "There is a person who punishes evil and upholds good." He Fengji nodded and said, "Mr. Pei knows how to repay kindness. Xiao Yu is affectionate and righteous. Indeed, she punishes evil for you." Zhao Hui looked at him and lowered her head, "I am talking about you." He Fengji was stunned and blushed. Ashamed, she said, "How can I be called that? I hurt someone rashly and still need you to run around for me. I am really ashamed. You were protecting me." Zhao Hui recalled that day when he stood in front of her bed. Because someone bullied her, he was not his usual gentle self and angrily hit the person. Her heart was still warm. She could not help but look up at He Fengji, her eyes revealing a trace of affection. He Fengji was stunned. When she regained her senses, he was already holding her hand and holding it in his palm. Both of them blushed. Between the two of them, one died before she married, the other's first wife died young. They were both old and single. In the past few days, they had spent time together and developed feelings for each other. However, they did not say it out loud. Now that they were holding hands, there was nothing they did not understand. "Hui Nyang, you, cough, if you don't despise me for not being capable, I am willing to always take care of you." He Lang Zhong mustered up his courage to say these words. Zhao Hui's nose turned sour and she wanted to cry again. "With my body like this, I'm afraid I will drag you down in the future. It should be you who despise me." "I don't despise you, I don't despise you." He Fengji grabbed her hand tightly. After saying those words, he felt his skin was thick. He directly grabbed Zhao Hui's other hand and said seriously, "I will take care of your illness and it will get better. If you agree, when we go back, I will look for an auspicious day in a barter shop and hire someone to be a matchmaker. The sooner I can properly take care of you." My father passed away early. My mother's body is very good and she has a good temper. You can tell just by looking at me. A while ago, when I mentioned you to her, she even teased me. If we can be together, it will be her wish. He Fengji often stayed at the medical shop and didn't go home for days. Because of this incident, his old mother didn't know about it. She just thought that her son was busy and didn't go out to look for him. Earlier, Pei Jing had someone bring a message that he was safe, so the old mother didn't suspect anything. Hearing this, Zhao Hui's eyes became wet again. She almost wanted to agree, but she suddenly remembered that Yu Shu had mentioned going to the capital yesterday. She froze on the spot, thinking, if I get together with Lang Zhong, then I will have to stay in Yang City to take care of his mother until she gets old. How can I go to the capital with little you then? He Fengji saw that she didn't say anything and panicked. He was about to say something, but his hand was pushed away by Zhao Hui. He was stunned and carefully probed, Xinyang. We don't match. Zhao Hui forcefully found an excuse, but her mouth was bitter. The happiness on He Fengji's face suddenly disappeared. He knew that he was rejected. Looking at Zhao Hui with her head down and no expression, he was puzzled. He didn't know what he said wrong. Just now, it was still good. Zhao Hui was obviously interested in him. Why was she not willing when he said it clearly? Chapter 118. Yu Shu had been recuperating in bed for the past few days. She had specially asked for Pei Jing, Madame Qin, and Dr. He's birth dates and 8 characters. She had used this time to calculate their horoscopes. The time of calamity rule was very useful, but it had an obvious drawback like the clear rain rule, and that was that it had a time limit. It could only calculate the disasters within half a year, and it would be very inaccurate after that. Yu Shu spent a whole 3 days calculating the disasters that the 3 of them had experienced in the past half a year, and highlighted the serious ones. For example, Madame Qin would have a serious illness because of a cold in a month, and Pei Jing would lose a big business 2 months later because of a villain. Only Dr. He's half a year was smooth, and there were no disasters. Of course, Yu Shu would not directly show these to them. After organizing them, she noted down when and what to guard against. As long as they were careful, they would be able to avoid it. On the other hand, Yu Shu found that the time of calamity rule was useless for Zhao Hui. She guessed that this was probably because Zhao Hui, who was supposed to have died in the previous accident, survived, and so her horoscopes were not accurate. Pei Jing found time to come over today. Because Yu Shu was a generation younger than him, there was no need to be afraid of anything. He directly entered the bedroom to see her. This place was his, and he did not need to be notified. He knocked on the door and entered the room. Yu Xiaoxiu was feeding Kim Bao. He saw Goldie on the table and jumped in shock. Why are you playing with mice? His shout scared Kim Bao, and with a whoosh, he hid under the table. Yu Xiaoxiu stood up with his hands behind his back, and looked at Pei Jing awkwardly. He did not know how to explain the matter of raising mice, so he turned to his sister for help. Sir, you saw wrongly. Yu Shu smiled. That is not a mouse that steals food. It is another kind of mouse, and it is quite clean. Xiaoxiu likes it, so we raised it for fun. Yu Xiaoxiu looked at Yu Shu and muttered to himself, you were the one who wanted to raise it in the beginning. Really? After listening to Yu Shu's explanation, Pei Jing didn't make a fuss. In his early years of doing business in the north and south, he had seen many people raising strange monsters. There were people who raised snakes and wolves, so raising a mouse wasn't a big deal. Sir, you came at the right time. I have something for you. Yu Shu took out 2 sheets of paper from a stack of books at the head of the bed and handed them to Pei Jing. She had asked Yu Xiaoxiu to rewrite them with a brush, not her messy charcoal handwriting. What does it say? Pei Jing took a look and saw that there were words like, be on guard against villains on a certain month and a few days, don't ride in a carriage on a certain month and a few days, and so on. There were 7 or 8 of them. Yu Shu had already prepared an excuse. Didn't I ask for your horoscope the other day? Since I'm free, I read it for you and your wife. I don't know if it's accurate or not. It's always good to be careful. Pei Jing nodded and carefully kept the 2 sheets of paper. He didn't tell Yu Shu that he had donated money to the day exchange shop every month to ask for the safety of his wife and children. Although it didn't mean that they would be safe, it was better to be safe. Xiao, go out and play first. I have something to say to your sister. Pei Jing said. Yu Shu waved her hand at Yu Xiao and he grabbed Kim Bao from under the table and left. Pei Jing sat down at the round table and looked at Yu Shu who was lying on the bed. He said, the Ji family's trading shop has been very quiet these few days. I sent someone to ask around and found out that the Ji family has left a few traders. The Lu family and Kong family's trading shops have a lot of visitors these few days. It's a free bargain. Yu Shu laughed, that's good. I'm afraid the trading shops on Vientiane Street won't dare to accept money to make fake appraisals for a long time. That day at the court, she presented 7 appraisals to County Magistrate Ma. She even claimed that she bribed 7 trading shops to change Xiao Hui's life into a wealthy one and only the Ji family agreed. This was true, but the money she gave to the Ji family was 10 times more than what she gave to the other 6 families. With 200 taels of silver, not to mention changing a life of toil to a life of wealth, she could even change a dog's sh*t life into a joss stick. There was a saying that only a thief could be called a thief if he was caught. Ji Yunshu had exposed the Ji family and caused such a huge commotion. Killing the chicken to warn the others was more or less a wake-up call for those who ran the trading shops. It was a warning to them that if they had money to spare, they should not reach out. Seeing that she was still able to smile, Pei Jing said, don't be too happy yet. There are already people watching the outside of this residence. They are undoubtedly people from the Ji family. They are just waiting for you to come out. Yu Shu said without fear, then let them wait. Seeing her relaxed expression, Pei Jing smiled and said, I have already made arrangements. 10 days later, there will be a caravan from Tihan heading to the capital. You and Xiao will pretend to be the nephew of the 7th. I will also arrange for a bodyguard to protect you all the way to the capital. Yu Shu happily said, that's great. I will tell Aunt Huai later. Pei Jing curiously asked, you still haven't told Hui Nyang that you are going to the capital? I have told her before. I want to tell her when to leave and let her prepare. Prepare. Pei Jing finally understood and immediately frowned. She is going with you. Yes, Sir Pei, don't worry. Xiao and I will take good care of Aunt Huai. Yu Shu looked at Pei Jing and knew that he was worried about Xiao Hui's bumpy journey. Pei Jing opened his mouth and looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. He tilted his head and whispered to himself, did I see wrongly? It can't be, the two of them. Yu Shu leaned forward. What did Sir say? Ah. Pei Jing glanced at her and calculated in his heart. He turned his head to look at the door and cleared his throat, that he Longzhong. Isn't he interested in Hui Nyang? Pei Jing's words were too subtle and Yu Shu did not understand immediately. But with her hesitation, Pei Jing immediately felt awkward. He was a 40-year-old old man, and he was discussing the relationship between a man and a woman behind his back. Wasn't he just eating his fill? With this thought, Pei Jing no longer had the mood to gossip. He stood up and said, you can discuss the matter of going to the capital with Hui Nyang. I will leave first. I will prepare the luggage for you. Okay, thank you, sir. Yu Shu watched as Pei Jing left and turned over to lie down for a while. She thought about what he did not say and suddenly sat up. Hiss. She gasped and covered her butt. She gritted her teeth and whispered, it can't be. This He Longzhong and Aunt Huai actually like each other. After He Fangji was released from prison, she went home to visit her mother. The next day, she reported to Zhao Hui. Under the guise of treating Zhao Hui's illness and decocting medicine, she wandered around Zhao Hui all day long. Yu Shu, who was lying in her room, couldn't see her. Yu Xiao, who saw her, couldn't understand. That night, during dinner, Zhao Hui and He Fangji were at the same table. Yu Shu moved out of the room and was supported by Yu Xiao as she limped out of the room. Why don't you eat in the room? Do you want to sit outside? I will find a cushion for you. Zhao Hui was about to get up to find a soft cushion for Yu Shu to sit on, but Fangji reached out to stop her. I'll go get it. You sit. In just a moment, Yu Shu understood. She secretly laughed at herself and hung her head on Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder. She moved to sit on the round stool that He Longzhong had prepared. While eating, she looked back and forth at the two of them. The more she looked, the more she understood. With the way Longzhong gave Zhao Hui 3 bites for every bite, even a blind person could see that he was interested in Zhao Hui. However, why did she not seem to be interested in Zhao Hui and was a bit cold to Longzhong? Could it be that the man had feelings for the woman but the sister had no feelings for him? Actually, from Yu Shu's point of view, He Fangji was a good person. He was a few years older than Zhao Hui, had a squarish appearance, was upright, and was skilled. Most importantly, he had saved a damsel in distress. He wasn't a good-for-nothing. If he really wanted to be a couple with Zhao Hui, there was nothing wrong with it. Fine, she would first sound them out before anything else. Yu Shu picked up a few mouthfuls of rice and casually asked, Longzhong, I didn't ask, but who else is there in your family? She only knew that He Fangji's wife had died and he had no children. She didn't know if his parents were still alive or if he had any brothers. He Fangji said, there's only an old mother. Is that so? Is she still in good health? Emichim, her body is fine. Yu Shu and acquaintances didn't like to beat around the bush. After asking a few questions, she directly said, then you've been alone all these years. Didn't she say anything? Ahem. A grain of rice got stuck in He Fangji's throat. He thumped his chest and his face was a little red. It was really strange for a young girl like Yu Shu to ask that question. With a ta-ta sound, Zhao Hui put down the bowl and hurriedly got up to pour tea for him. She looked at him worriedly and said to Yu Shu, why are you asking about this out of the blue? Is this something you should be concerned about? Yu Shu was confused. From Zhao Hui's appearance, it didn't look like she was uninterested in Dr. He. Didn't she scold her too? Why was she so indifferent towards Dr. He's solicitude just now? It's not her fault, ahem. He Fangji drank the tea. Cha Shun waved his hand at Zhao Hui and caught sight of her concerned expression. His heart skipped a beat and he turned to Yu Shu with a bitter smile. In the early years, I was wholeheartedly studying medicine and didn't have the heart to do so. Now that I have the heart, I don't have the fortune to do so. As he said this, he looked at Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui lowered her head under his gaze. She twisted her handkerchief and put down the teapot. I'm done eating. You guys take your time. After saying this, she hurriedly ran back to the room. Longzhong's expression instantly darkened. Seeing this, Yu Shu felt a little sympathetic. It wasn't easy to fall in love in middle age. Shouldn't she help matchmake them? What's wrong with Aunt Hui? She only ate this little. Yu Xiaoxiu said. Xiaoxiu, go bring this bowl of soup to Aunt Hui and watch her drink it. Oh. Yu Xiaoxiu listened to Yu Shu. He took the bowl of soup and went into the room. Only Yu Shu and He Fangji were left at the table. Yu Shu shifted her butt and spoke first. Longzhong, I'll be honest with you. Do you like my Aunt Hui? He Fangji was shocked by her straightforwardness again. He coughed twice. Although he was shy, he still nodded. Then does my Aunt Hui know? It wasn't that he hadn't expressed it himself, so he didn't wait for Zhao Hui to respond. Yes, I mentioned it to her. She didn't agree. Yu Shuxin thought, that's strange. The boy has feelings for the girl, and the girl has feelings for each other. Both of them are in love with each other, and they've confessed their feelings. No one at home objected, and no one obstructed, so why didn't Zhao Hui agree? Wait a minute, it couldn't be because of her, right? Chapter 119. After dinner, Zhao Hui did not show up again. Hikuji left alone. Yushu stayed in the living room for a while before limping to Zhao Hui's room. She saw that the light was still on. "Aunt Hui, are you asleep?" "Xiao Yu. Come in." The door opened with a push. Yushu walked in and walked around the screen. She saw Zhao Hui sitting on the edge of the bed. Her expression was a bit unnatural. Her clothes were neat and tidy, and there was no sign of her resting. "Come sit here. Doesn't it hurt to walk?" Zhao Hui helped Yushu sit down on her bed. Yushu shook her head. "I forgot to tell you when we were eating. Mr. Pei came by today. In 10 days, there will be a caravan going to the capital. When the time comes, we will go with the caravan." Zhao Hui was stunned. They are going to leave so soon." Yushu said, "Yes, if we miss this time, we will have to wait for next month. Mr. Pei wants me to discuss with you. Do you want to take the items from the Dou family with you, or do you want him to keep them for you?" "Ah," Zhao Hui said absent-mindedly. "Do as you see fit. Either way is fine." Yushu carefully observed her expression. She was even more certain that she did not respond to He Fangji because she had promised to go to the capital with her. He Fangji's family was still there and could not travel far. If Zhao Hui wanted to be with him, she would have to stay in Yang. How could he go to the capital with her? "Aunt Hui, are you really willing to leave Yang?" Zhao Hui came back to her senses. She smiled slightly and said bitterly, "What is there to be unwilling about? For example, Dr. He. Are you willing to leave him?" Zhao Hui was startled and said in panic, You child, what nonsense are you talking about? Why would I be reluctant to part with him?" Yushu laughed mischievously and no longer teased her. She reached out and grabbed her arm and affectionately said, "Aunt Hui, of course I'm happy that you're willing to go with me, but I don't want to be the wicked person who separates a loving couple. In my opinion, Dr. He is a good person. He has medical skills and is kind. If you like him and want to live with him, then stay in Yang. If you miss this village, you might not get another chance." When Zhao Hui heard this, she was not happy. Instead, she put on a straight face and said, "Where did you hear that? Who said I'm going to live with him? Don't be angry. Listen to me." Yushu shook her arm and said seriously, "I originally wanted you to go with us because I was worried about leaving you alone in Yang. Even with Sir Pei's care, it would be inconvenient for a woman like you to be alone. Now that Dr. He has the heart to take care of you, isn't that good? Compared to the bumpy journey with us, it's much safer for you to stay in Yang. I know you're worried about leaving us siblings alone without an adult to accompany us, but do you think I'm the kind of person who would suffer a loss?" Zhao Hui was a bit dumbfounded. She thought she had hidden it well, but she didn't expect that not only did Yushu see through it, but she also made it clear to her. She didn't know how to respond. She really was worried about leaving these two children alone, but she asked herself, could she really let go of Dr. He? Everything that needed to be said had been said. Yushu looked at Zhao Hui's hesitant expression and knew what to do. She said to her, "Aunt Hui, think about it carefully. Don't be so heartless as to leave with me and regret halfway through. I won't be able to send you back." With that said, she sat for a while longer, then stood up and slowly walked out. Zhao Hui sat on the edge of the bed in a daze. She didn't even know when Yushu left. The next morning, He Fangji came to report in again just in time for breakfast. He didn't see Zhao Hui at the table, so he asked Yushu about it. Yushu saw that He Fangji didn't know anything, so she figured that Zhao Hui couldn't come up with an answer after an entire night, so she might as well add fuel to the fire. She rolled her eyes and deliberately said, "She's packing up in her room." "Packing up?" He Fangji questioned. "You're not staying here anymore?" Yu Shu pretended to be confused. "Why didn't Aunt Hui tell Mr. He that we'll be leaving Yiyang in a few days?" "What?" As you expected, He Fangji was shocked. Her expression changed a few times, and she stood there for a moment. Then she turned around and ran in the direction of Zhao Hui's room. Yu Xiaoxiu asked strangely, "What's wrong with Dr. He? Children shouldn't poke their noses into adult matters." Yu Shu kicked Kim Bao, who was grinding his teeth with a table leg by her feet. Yu Xiaoxiu pursed his lips. He tore off a mouthful of steamed bun and threw it under the table. Yu Shu originally wanted to go over and take a look, but she was afraid that she'd ruin things, so she held back. She slowly finished her breakfast and dragged Yu Xiaoxiu back to their room. She didn't know what happened between He Fangji and Zhao Hui in the morning, but when it was almost noon, Zhao Hui found Yu Shu's room. Zhao Hui found Yu Shu's room. Her nose and eyes were red. Obviously, she had been crying. As for why her mouth was red, it was not worth telling others. "Xiao Yu, I have something to tell you." Yu Shu poked her head out to look and saw He Longzhong's half leg was hiding at the door. She was amused, so she said to Yu Xiaoxiu, "Xiaoxiu, go out and close the door." Yu Shu Xiao. Xiao had long been used to Yu Shu chasing him out for no reason. He picked up Kim Bao and left. He closed the door and stood at the door, staring at Physician He. Yu Shu sat up from the bed and pulled Zhao Hui's hand to let her sit down. Seeing that she was embarrassed to speak, she took the initiative to say, "Aunt Hui, have you thought it through? Are you going to go with me or stay? I can't bear to part with him." Zhao Hui's face was full of shame and guilt. Yu Shu straightforwardly said, "Leave the nose." Zhao Hui softly made an "end" sound. Seeing that Yu Shu wasn't the least bit dissatisfied and was instead happy for her, her heart warmed. She didn't have the awkwardness from before and reached out to hug her. She said, "I've discussed it with Physician He. Since you haven't left yet, let's have a simple wedding in the next few days so that you can be a witness. Can you pick a good date for Aunt Hui?" "Aw. Isn't this too rushed? How could it be? In this world, the person closest to Aunt Hui is you. If you leave this time, I don't know when you'll come back." Zhao Hui blushed and said, "How about I wait for you to come back before I marry?" Cough. A loud cough suddenly sounded from outside the room. Yu Shu looked at the swaying silhouette outside the window and snickered. If she really agreed to Zhao Hui's words, Physician He would rush in to reason with her. Well, although Zhao Hui's marriage was delayed by 9 years, she had finally met the right person. He, I'll pick a good date for you, alright? I'll have someone invite Mr. Pei over right now to discuss it." When Pei Jing heard that He Fangji was going to marry Zhao Hui, he didn't make a fuss at all and single-handedly took over the matter. He only asked He Fangji to go back and invite a matchmaker to prepare the bridal chamber. Seeing that she couldn't get involved, Yu Shu accompanied Zhao Hui every day and didn't step out of the house, waiting for the marriage. He Fangji acted quickly. On the second day, a matchmaker came to propose marriage. Madame Qin arrived early in the morning and represented Zhao Hui to go through the motions. Under Zhao Hui's insistence, they didn't go to the barter shop to ask for the 8 characters. Yu Shu made a guest appearance and arranged for the 2 of them. Yu Xiaoxiu wrote the 8 characters and gave them to the matchmaker to take back to He Fangji's mother to look over. He Fangji's old house was in Poxi. Coincidentally, it was 2 streets away from Pei Jing's mansion. There was a small courtyard with 2 entrances and a total of 6 rooms. Her family's financial situation could be considered well off. On the 3rd day, He Fangji's mother sent someone to send a betrothal gift. Although it wasn't as grand as that of a rich family, it was small. It was clear that she had put in a lot of effort, especially the jade hairpin that Fengji had personally sent over. The hairpin was green and cool to the touch. Even Pei Jing had praised it as a good item. There was also a problem. If they sent all the carriages of dowry that Zhao Hui got from the Dou family to the He family, there would definitely be no place to put them. In the end, Pei Jing thought it through and directly gave the house that Zhao Hui lived in with a warehouse to Zhao Hui as part of her dowry. It was just the right place to put her excessive dowry. On the 5th day, Madame Qin sent the wedding dress. On the 6th day was the wedding day. On the night before Zhao Hui's wedding, she called Yu Shu to her room after dinner. She closed the door and took out a few things from under her pillow. "Xiao Yu, here is a total of 1,000 taels of banknotes. I asked Mr. Pei to exchange it for you. I specially sewed this inner pocket for you. Fold the banknotes properly and put them inside. When you go out, tie it around your waist. Don't leave it carelessly. When you arrive in the capital, familiarize yourself with the place and buy a house to settle down. These 2 bags of broken silver, you can also store them well and use them to spend on the road. Keep these 2 bags of broken silver and use them on the road. I've asked around. You'll be living and eating with the caravan, so you won't need much money. If there's anything you want to buy, don't be stingy. Even if you lose your money, don't panic. Mr. Pei has spoken to the leader of the caravan and prepared a small box of copper coins for you. Ask them for them if you need them." Yu Shu watched as Zhao Hui stuffed several banknotes into a slender inner pocket and handed it to her. She then took out 2 heavy leather pouches and placed them in Zhao Hui's hands. After listening to Zhao Hui's instructions, Yu Shu sat down beside Zhao Hui and handed the inner pocket to her. She said, "I will accept these 2 pouches of money, but I cannot take the 1,000 taels." Zhao Hui scolded her. "Why can't you take it?" "I am soft-hearted," Yu Shu honestly said. She was indeed soft-hearted. Zhao Hui had asked for the Dou family's property, but those things were now in the storeroom and could not be used as money. If she guessed correctly, this 1,000 taels should be the cash that Zhao Hui had in her storeroom. How could she take it? Moreover, Zhao Hui was going to get married tomorrow. Fengji must know about this money later. It may cause a rift between them as husband and wife. Zhao Hui laughed. "You spent 500 taels on me without batting an eyelid. Why didn't you be soft-hearted? If I am giving it to you, just accept it. I have spoken to the doctor. If it wasn't for the inconvenience of carrying so many things on the road and attracting attention, we would have asked you to take away all the things in the courtyard." Yu Shu rubbed her head. She remembered that she had spent 500 taels on Zhao Hui's treatment. Seeing that Zhao Hui was adamant that she must accept it, she thought for a moment and accepted it happily on the surface. "That's right." Zhao Hui laughed and patted her hand. "I have something for you too." Yu Shu rummaged around in her sleeves and took out a red thread. There were 3 jade beads the size of flowers strung on it. It was the feng shui basin that she had made at Zhao Hui's house. Yesterday, she had asked Pei Jing to send someone to retrieve it from the alley. It was not a great thing, but it was the first time she made it. It was a thought and a blessing. She took Zhao Hui's left hand and rolled up her sleeve. She tied the jade beads on her wrist. She carefully tied the knot and whispered, "Aunt Hui, do you remember what I said before? You suffered in your early years and had good fortune in your middle years. You can live to the age of 89 and enjoy your old age. I will tie this bead to ensure your safety and health." Chapter 120. Zhao Hui got married. Yu Shu watched the ceremony from the beginning to the end. She watched as she got on the sedan chair and followed the wedding procession to He Mansion. Pei Jing personally escorted the sedan chair and invited some business friends to join in the fun. On this day, he announced that Zhao Hui was the sworn sister of the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce's manager Pei. Yu Shu believed that the news would spread to the Ji family on the same day. After the wedding night, Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu sat in Pei Jing's carriage and left together. Under Yu Shu's request, they went to the east of the city, to the alley of Zhao Hui's house. To avoid any accidents, Pei Jing accompanied her to get off the carriage. The two of them arrived at Zhao Hui's house. Yu Shu opened the door and went in alone. She went into the house and lit the lamp. She went to the kitchen to get a spatula and dug in the corner of the courtyard for a while. She dug out a long object wrapped in cloth. She patted the soil on it and held it in her hand. She used her foot to stomp the hole. In the dark night, she closed the door. Pei Jing could vaguely see that she was holding something in her hand. He asked, "What did you take out?" "An antique." Yu Shu didn't explain in detail. The object in her hand was nothing but the ancient sword that she hid when she went to the suburbs to rescue Shui Wenjie a few months ago. She buried it under the wall of the courtyard. Later, when she was kicked out, she asked Yu Xiaoxiu, who was still in the Ji family, to secretly dig it out and bury it in Zhao Hui's house. She did not know whether this pair of shoes was an ancient artifact or not, but she was certain that it was an antique. Since she was heading to the capital this time, she might as well bring it along with her. At that time, she could find someone capable of appraising it. If it really was a treasure, she would be rich. It was already summer, and there was a lot of rain in the south. It had just rained last night, and the next day, the air was cool and comfortable. After Yu Shu washed up, she called for the maidservant who was serving in the courtyard to come in and comb her hair. She tied her hair into a ponytail and coiled it up high. She wrapped an apricot yellow silk hairband around her hair and used some hair oil to wipe off her temples and forehead, revealing her entire face. She called the maidservant to bring water out. She shook off the neatly folded new clothes on the bed and dressed in front of the mirror. His apricot yellow half-body silk robe covered his thighs, with narrow sleeves that reached his shoulders. The slightly opened front just happened to cover the rise and fall of his chest. He wore a pair of ash-colored trousers that were carefully tucked beside his black cloth boots. He tied an inch-wide black leather belt around his waist and hung a blue-colored pouch on it. He also attached a colorful string to 3 fortune coins. Finally, he imitated Jing Qin and tied the treasured sword that was tightly wrapped in cloth to his back with a ribbon. She looked at the mirror and saw a tall and straight young man. It was hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman. His eyebrows were curved and his eyes were sparkling. He was elegant and full of spirit. Yu Shu moved her hands and feet and smiled in satisfaction at the mirror. White Fang struck a few poses and showed off his beauty. He turned around and picked up the money pouches on the bed. He stuffed one into his chest and the other into his bag. He slung it over his shoulder and walked out. Yu Xiaoxiu woke up earlier than her. He packed up faster and sat outside waiting for her to eat breakfast. He was also dressed neatly. Even Kim Bao took a bath last night. Yu Shu scrubbed him from head to toe with a loofah. The outside of the house was watched by the Ji family for a few days. After Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu ate breakfast, the sky brightened. The two of them were led by a maidservant to a hidden back door in the backyard. When they went out, they saw a horse carriage waiting for them. When they got on the carriage, they saw that both Zhao Hui and Pei Jing were there. They had only been married for 3 days, but Zhao Hui's face was already glowing. When she saw Yu Shu, she held her hand and refused to let go. She held Yu Xiaoxiu's hand with the other and warned them, "Don't run around on the road. You have to cover yourself with the quilt when you sleep at night. When it's time to eat, you must eat your fill." I've packed 2 bags of snacks for you to eat on the road. If you're hungry at night, eat them. Xiao Xiu, no matter where you go, follow your sister. You're also a little man now. Aunt Huai knows that you're sensible. You have to take care of your sister, understand? Yes, I know. Yu Xiaoxiu nodded seriously. I'll take good care of her. Zhao Hui patted him in satisfaction. Pei Jing waited for her to finish before he said to Yu Shu, the person leading the caravan this time is Boss Bai Qing. He is the younger brother of the other deputy manager of our Tihan Trading Company in Yang City. There are 20 people guarding the caravan. The captain, Qiu Biao, used to be the chief escort of the Tongyuan Escort Agency. He is very skilled. Because we are transporting commercial goods, it is inevitable that we will run into thieves on the road. Don't be afraid. Just follow the caravan closely and don't run around. I have already informed the 2 of them. If you encounter any trouble, just go to them directly. Don't be embarrassed to ask. In ancient times, there were few official roads and many outskirts. Grasslands were everywhere and long distances were very dangerous. If one traveled alone without martial arts skills, one would be robbed within 3 li of the city. If one encountered bad people, one could even lose one's life. As a result, when traveling far away, in order to arrive safely, the rich would either bring their own guards or hire an escort agency. The poor would find a caravan to hitch a ride with. It was safer to travel together. Yu Shu noted down Pei Jing's words and said to him, Sir Pei, my mother is still in the Ji family. Please help me keep an eye out for her. If one day she is driven out, help her secretly so that she has a place to settle down. When I settle down in the capital, I will send you a letter. No problem. I will help you keep an eye out. The caravan gathered at the west side of the city early in the morning. When Yu Shu and the others arrived, the 2 stewards were checking the goods for the last time. Pei Jing got off the carriage first to look for them. Zhao Hui hugged Yu Shu and couldn't bear to let go. You must be careful on the road and be safe. And you also have to be good. Live a good life with Dr. He and take care of your health. If you encounter any difficulties, look for Sir Pei. Yu Shu buried her head in her shoulder and hugged her tightly. Then she pushed her away and picked up the 2 bags. She pulled Yu Xiaoxiu out of the carriage. Ah Xiu! Pei Jing called out to her from nearby. Beside him stood a man in a long gown. He looked to be in his early 30s, was tall and thin, and had a slight crease on his back. Yu Shu pulled Yu Xiaoxiu and ran over. Bai Qing, these are Xing Qi's 2 nephews. I treat them like my own nephews. If they didn't insist on going to the capital to find their grandmother, Xing Qi wouldn't have agreed to let them go. That's why he couldn't bear to send them off today. You have to help me take good care of them. Don't worry. I promise to send them safely to the capital. Bai Qing smiled and reached out to pat Yu Xiaoxiu, who was close to him. He said, it's good to go out and gain experience while you're still young. I'm 2 years younger than your Uncle Xing. It's up to you to call me Uncle Bai or Uncle Qing. Uncle Bai. Yu Shu picked one first. Yu Xiaoxiu immediately followed. The 2 were both well behaved. Few people didn't like them. Bai Qing laughed and said to Pei Jing, such a good boy. No wonder Xing Qi couldn't bear to let him go. If it were me, I would also protect him at home. Well, you 2 go to the carriage first. See? It's the one in front. The roof is painted red. Okay. Yu Shu turned to Pei Jing and cupped her hands in front of her chest. Her gratitude was self-evident. Pei Jing nodded and watched as they climbed into the carriage in front of him with the big and small bags. Only then did he turn to Bai Qing and whispered to her, are you sure there are no personal items in this shipment? Bai Qing said with a wry smile, this is the third time you've asked me. If there were personal items, would I dare to lead the team myself? I would definitely have sent someone else to take the risk. That's good. Be careful on the road. I'll go back now. When you come back from the capital, Xing-Chi and I will invite you for a drink. Okay. Pei Jing put his hand on Bai Qing's shoulder. He took another look at the carriage in which Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu were sitting and turned to leave. When a caravan traveled, it was not so delicate. Most of them were carriages without carriages. The goods were all placed on flat carts and pulled by horses. The guards rode on horses, and the merchants either rode on horses or sat on the empty flat carts. However, Bai Qing's caravan had 2 carriages. When Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu climbed into the carriage, they found that there was already someone inside. It was a 15 or 16-year-old youth. He was quite handsome and wore a leech-colored robe. His head was wrapped in a silk scarf. He had a sharp chin and a pair of big eyes. He was looking at the 2 new passengers with displeasure. Who are you? Why are you getting on the carriage? Yu Shu looked the person up and down. There was some understanding in her eyes. She put down the bag. Yu Xiaoxiu, who had an old face, sat on the side and said, "We are brothers. I'm Oshu and this is my younger brother, Xiaoxiu. It was Uncle Bai who let us ride in this carriage. What about you?" "Uncle Bai." The youth's face turned serious. "What right does he have to let you ride in my carriage?" "Get off." Yu Shu asked suspiciously, "Your carriage?" "Humph, of course it's my carriage. I paid them to give me a ride. This is my carriage." The youth crossed his arms and said arrogantly. Yu Shu suddenly laughed. He was afraid that she would be bored on the road, so he deliberately gave her some entertainment. "Look at this beautiful face, crisp voice, body fragrance." Even if she closed her eyes, she could tell that this was a little girl. He was also a fake boy like her. "That's right. We also paid money to hire a carriage." Yu Shu opened her mouth to fool them. Yu Xiaoxiu immediately laughed. Xiao squinted at her, not knowing what she wanted to do. "Ah. You too. Of course, otherwise how could we ride in the same carriage as you, right?" The fake boy apparently believed Yu Shu's words. He didn't drive them off, but he also didn't welcome them. He glared at them and then looked up at the roof of the carriage. He didn't want to talk to them. She wasn't interested in them, but Yu Shu was interested in her. "Hey, you haven't told us what your name is." "Why should I tell you?" "Because I just said it. My name is Oshu. My brother is Xiaoxiu. You have heard our names. There's no reason not to say yours." Yu Shu said confidently. "I didn't ask you to say it. You said it yourself." "Well, since you don't want to say it, I don't know how to call you. I'll just pick a name." Yu Shu looked at him and clapped her hands. "I see that your eyes are big, so I'll call you Big Eyes." "That's what I mean. My name is Oshu." Yu Shu felt wronged. "Didn't I just tell you?" "Big Eyes, why is your memory so bad?" Yu Xiaoxiu turned his head and laughed. The fake boy didn't know that Yu Shu was teasing him. He said angrily, "Don't call me that. My name is Xia Ming, Ming." Chapter 121. The caravan set out early in the morning, leaving Yang City. Because they were carrying goods, their speed was not fast. Yu Shu sat in the carriage and looked out the window to see the scenery of the suburbs. In the summer, vegetation was flourishing. Along the way, there was a lush green forest. Birds sang and chirped in all directions. Sunlight shone through the gaps in the canopy, leaving patches of mottled gold in the forest. Weeds and unknown flowers grew on both sides of the official road. Occasionally, butterflies flew by, fluttering their wings. Such a lively scene was a charming sight unique to the countryside during the day. Leaning against the window, Yushu was so engrossed in watching that she momentarily forgot to tease the little girl she had just met. Suddenly, a short scream came from behind her. She pressed her ears and turned her head. She saw Yu Xiaoxiu still in the same motion of taking Jin Bao out of his bag. Xia Mingming, the little girl, was curled up in the corner of the carriage, her hands hugging her head as she trembled and looked at him in horror. Old. There were few girls who were not afraid of mice. Xia Mingming was obviously not a weirdo. She showed the normal reaction of a girl seeing a mouse. Yushu gave Yu Xiaoxiu a disapproving look. Why are you scaring her? Yu Xiaoxiu was innocent. He did not see that Xia Mingming was a girl. He thought she was overreacting. Isn't it just a mouse? What is there to be afraid of? Kim Bao, squeak. Ah! Another ear-piercing scream rang out, and the window of the opposite car was pulled open from the outside. A bearded man appeared outside the window. He frowned and looked into the car. What's wrong? What's your name? Xia Mingming seemed to see her savior. She pointed to Yu Xiaoxiu's. Xiu's arms. It's okay. A honey moth just flew in. Yushu grabbed her hand and did not give her a chance to speak. She patted her shoulder and pretended to comfort her. Don't be afraid. It has already flown out. It's okay. Xia Mingming shook her head vigorously. She wanted to say something to the people outside. But Yu Xiaoxiu's back was facing the window. The people outside could not see Kim Bao. Seeing that there was nothing unusual in the carriage, she closed the window. Xia Mingming wanted to open the window and call for help. She found that her hand was grabbed by Yushu. She suddenly became angry. She broke away from Yushu and shrank back. She stared at Yushu. What are you doing? Yushu laughed secretly. She was the best at acting. Look at the little girl, she thought she was a pervert. I didn't do anything. Yushu raised her hand and grabbed Kim Bao, who was on Yu Xiaoxiu's knee. She touched its moving ears and held it in her palm to show it to Xia Mingming. She smiled and said, Don't be afraid. It's not a mouse. It won't bite. If you don't believe me, you can touch it. As soon as Xia Mingming saw Kim Bao, she began to panic again. She shrank her legs on the seat and leaned back desperately. She bit her lips and looked at Kim Bao, who was in Yu Xiaoxiu's hand. Then she looked at Yushu, the pervert. She was angry and scared. She looked like she was about to cry. Yushu really did not want to bully her to cry. Seeing her like this, she no longer had the mood to joke. She put her hand on her knee and covered Kim Bao with one hand to prevent Xia Mingming from seeing it. She said to her as gently as possible, Is this okay? Don't cry. If people outside hear it, they will think that I bullied you. Without seeing Kim Bao, Xia Mingming's face became better. But when she heard Yushu's words, she immediately said stubbornly, Who cried? I didn't cry. Yushu smiled and did not say anything to tease her. She turned sideways to cover up the constantly moving Kim Bao. She put her arm as a pillow and continued to enjoy the scenery outside. She rubbed Kim Bao's fluffy back with her fingers to comfort it. The little thing was obedient again. It lay on her lap and enjoyed it. Yu Xiaoxiu looked at Xia Mingming, who was afraid of mice, with disdain. She took out the textbook from the bag and began to read. After a while, Xia Mingming, who was ignored, could not help but be curious. She took the initiative to ask, What are you doing with a mouse? Yushu turned her head and said with a smile, Mingming, your memory is really bad. I just told you that it is not a mouse. It is called Kim Bao. It is raised by my younger brother. You have seen people raising birds and fish, right? That's what it means. Don't call me Mingming. Xia Mingming shouted at Yushu with a red face. She lowered her head. After a while, she raised her head again and said doubtfully, "Are you serious? This is not a mouse." Yushu shook her head seriously with an expression of, "I never lie." Xia Mingming was immediately relieved. She put her legs down from the seat and patted her chest and complained, "It's good that it is not. You scared me. I thought it was a mouse." There was a muffled laughter in the car. Xia Mingming turned her head and happened to see Yu Xiaoxiu. She knew that he was laughing at her. She said unhappily, "What are you laughing at?" "Of course it is because you are stupid and easy to fool." Yu Xiaoxiu took the opportunity when she turned her head and grinned. When she looked back, he quickly suppressed the corner of his mouth and explained on behalf of Yu Xiaoxiu, "You must have found something interesting in the book, right?" "Xiaoxiu." Yu Xiaoxiu replied with a "n." With this little interlude, the atmosphere in the car became much better. Xia Mingming no longer raised her nose and looked at them with disdain. Yushu took the opportunity to get a few words out of her. She had some doubts about the background of this young lady who traveled alone. Xia Mingming was different from them. She did not hitch a ride. Instead, she spent 100 taels of silver to have the Taihing Chamber of Commerce escort her to the capital. This was strange. From her accent, Yushu was sure that she was not from Yang City. From her actions and attire, Xia Mingming was the child of a wealthy family. Why was she traveling alone? How could her family be at ease with her traveling alone? Yushu felt strange but did not continue to pry. She was not interested in other people's private affairs. It was only because they were traveling in the same car that it was hard to avoid socializing. She purposely said a few words to Xia Mingming. Before traveling, caravans would always go to the East store to check the weather. These days, Pei Jing had been getting a weather gauge from Yushu. However, it was not for the Taihing Chamber of Commerce but for his own businesses. The caravan led by Bai Qing had also specifically asked about the day of the journey before choosing to travel today. The weather was fine and the sun was bright. They passed by a few villages and before dusk, they arrived at a small town. They stayed at an inn in the town. Bai Qing asked someone to call Yushu and the others to get off the carriage and lead them into the inn. The others went to the back door of the inn to park the goods and arrange for people to take turns to look after them. Bai Qing was very experienced and rushed to settle down before the sky turned dark. Taking advantage of the fact that there were still a lot of empty rooms in the inn, she booked all the remaining rooms. This was Yushu's first time traveling far. She obediently listened to Bai Qing's arrangements and pulled Yu Xiaoxiu along with her. They followed behind the people who were leading the way and went up to the second floor from an old corner staircase. Because Bai Qing had already informed the people, they let Yushu and the others pick the rooms first. Yushu tactfully chose a small room in the middle. The room was not big and there was only one bed. The bedding was still clean and the window was not facing the street. It was very safe to open on the second floor. When the window was opened, they could see the inn on the first floor. Yushu put the bags on the table and looked around the room. Yu Xiaoxiu had already consciously made the bed. The two siblings had squeezed into one bed in the Ji family's courtyard, so they didn't feel that sleeping together was inconvenient. Turning to the door of the room, Yushu looked outside. Almost all the people coming and going in the corridor were people from the caravan. When she turned her head, she saw Xia Mingming coming out of the next room. He was very unhappy to find Bai Qing, who was talking to someone at the staircase. Don't they wash the bedding? It's so dirty. I don't want to live here. Find me a good room. Xiao Mingming asked with dissatisfaction. Then you can choose yourself. Which room do you want to live in? I'll ask someone to change it with you. Bai Qing sent him away with a sentence and continued to arrange things for her people. Xiao Mingming turned around and saw Yu Shu. He glared at her and looked at the rooms one by one. He even glanced at Yu Shu's room. In the end, he probably found that it was not as good as her room. He resentfully turned back to the next room and closed the door with a bang. Yu Shu smiled. Seeing that Bai Qing had finished talking to someone, she went forward to greet him, Uncle Bai. Oh, Xiao Yu, are you hungry? Bai Qing's attitude towards Yu Shu was more friendly than before to Xiao Mingming. If you're hungry, go downstairs first and find the waiter to order. You can order whatever you want to eat. If you think it's messy downstairs, let the waiter bring it up. Yu Shu responded and asked, when are we leaving tomorrow? Bai Qing said, we'll leave at dawn. Why are you afraid of oversleeping? It doesn't matter. I'll get someone to knock on the door and call you. I won't leave you two brothers behind. Yu Shu touched her nose embarrassedly. Then I'll trouble you. Go ahead. You must be tired after a day's journey. Have an early rest after eating. Bai Qing patted her on the shoulder and went downstairs first. Yu Shu went back to the room and asked Yu Xiaoxiu what he wanted to eat. Then she went downstairs to find the waiter. She ordered 2 dishes and 2 bowls of white rice and asked the waiter to send them upstairs. She was afraid that at this time, there were too many people, and someone would carry the baggage in the room. The night in June was a little stuffy. Yu Xiaoxiu and Yu Shu were wearing undershirts, one on the east and the other on the west, lying on the bed with their heads facing each other. They were only covered with clothes, and Kim Bao was tied to the foot of the bed. Yu Shu originally thought that on the first day of traveling, she and Yu Xiaoxiu would not be able to sleep. Who knew that when she leaned against the pillow and said a few words to Yu Xiaoxiu, he did not make a sound. She yawned and soon fell asleep. The next morning, Yu Shu slept until someone knocked on the door. She answered outside and looked at the hazy sky outside the window. She used her foot to kick Yu Xiaoxiu to wake him up. After eating breakfast downstairs, the group set off again. In the carriage, in contrast to the energetic siblings, Xiao Mingming's gloomy face was obvious that he did not sleep well last night. She woke up in a hurry in the morning and did not have time to do a divination. Yu Shu took out 3 copper coins from her purse and threw them on the tea table twice to ask for good or bad luck today. The 2 divination results were not too different, so it was a small luck. Chapter 122. You can perform divination with 6 fluorescent lights. Xiao Mingming looked at the 3 copper coins on the table that Yu Shu put on the table in surprise. Yu Shu's eyelids moved and she pretended to be confused. What did you say? What do you mean? 6 lines. Weren't you doing divination just now? Xiao Mingming pointed at the copper coins on the table and looked at her expectantly. Yu Shu shook her head. I was playing with them. Can I do divination with them like this? Hearing this, Xiao Mingming immediately looked disappointed. He glanced at her and didn't answer her. He lowered his head to think about something. Yu Shu put her index finger on her lips to Yu Xiaoxiu, who looked up at her. Yu Xiaoxiu nodded knowingly. They were now the nephews of Xing Qi and were still far from Jing City. It was best not to arouse suspicion and cause trouble. Yu Shu puts away the copper coins and secretly observes Xiao Mingming, who is dozing off with his head down. Suspicion flashes in her eyes. The 6 lines breaking method taught by Qing Zheng is a yi shui that only a few yi masters have the opportunity to learn. How can Xiao Mingming know it? Unable to figure it out, Yu Shu put away her curiosity. She took out a calculation book, an abacus, and a willow core charcoal pen that Pei Jing asked someone to make for her. She put it on her knees and began to calculate. This was because after leaving Yang City, the barometer they had made before was useless. Every time they reached a new place, Yushu would have to recalculate it. This was what happened when it was sunny in the east and rainy in the west. Different places would have different clouds and skies. The caravan traveled for about an hour. When they met a post house or a tea house, they would stop to rest their feet and fill their stomachs. They would reach the next town before dark. 3 days passed peacefully. The caravan arrived at the estuary smoothly and was ready to change to the waterway. Yushu had asked Bai Qing about the route 2 days ago. She knew that they had to travel by boat for a few days. Xia Mingming had just found it. He was called out to get off the carriage and saw the 2 boats on the river bank. His face changed and he went to find Bai Qing angrily. Yushu had experienced too many firsts in the past few days. It was the first time she stayed in an inn, the first time she sat in a tea stall, the first time she ate dry food in a carriage, the first time she squatted behind a tree and peed. This was also the first time she saw an ancient ship. It wasn't a small boat on the river bank in the city, nor was it a pleasure boat on the lake. Instead, it was a large ship that was 2 stories high. It had a tall mast and huge sail. Long oars were hung on the brown wooden body of the ship. Several sturdy sailors stood on the deck and gestured to the people below. Yushu followed the merchants to the river bank. She looked up for a long time and felt that the ship was quite sturdy. Then she pulled Yu Xiaoxiu and carefully got on the ship from the plank. According to her calculations, there would be a rain tonight. The further north they went, the heavier the rain would be. In that kind of weather, small boats couldn't sail at all. It was fine for a large ship. She had asked Bai Qing yesterday. Bai Qing confidently told her that their cargo ship was built by the Taihing Chamber of Commerce with a lot of money. Even if there was a storm, it would be safe to dock. Yushu didn't get on the ship because she believed in Bai Qing. She believed in her own divination. Her horoscope didn't work, but Yu Xiaoxiu's horoscope didn't. Based on the time of disaster, Yu Xiaoxiu's horoscope would be safe on the journey. Of course, she would be safe if she traveled with him. No matter how unwilling Xia Mingming was, she still got on the ship with Yushu. Most of the goods were placed at the bottom of the cabin. There were 7 or 8 rooms on the deck. Yushu chose the middle room as usual, and Xia Mingming chose the biggest room as usual. They were next to each other again. After tidying up for the whole morning, it was already past noon when the ship set sail. The sun was still hanging in the sky, and there was no sign of rain. Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu leaned on the window of the cabin and looked out. They were surprised to see the broad river flowing and the scenery on the riverbank moving backward with the ship. After playing for a while, Yu Xiaoxiu suddenly began to feel uncomfortable. "Sister, why do I feel dizzy? Is it disgusting?" Yushu worriedly reached out to support him and touched his forehead. She was afraid that he was seasick. Yu Xiaoxiu nodded. "A little." "Then don't look at it. Go to bed and lie down." Yushu helped him to sit down on the bed. She asked him to take off his outer shirt and lie down. She poured a glass of water. Seeing his uncomfortable face, she sat on the bed and let him rest on her lap. Then she rubbed his forehead. Yushu was very good at massage, which was all practiced after Yu Xiaoxiu was paralyzed. After a while, she massaged Yu Xiaoxiu until he was groaning. Not to mention dizziness. Yushu went out to find Bai Qing and asked for some pills for seasickness. She mixed it with water and gave it to Yu Xiaoxiu to drink. Then she watched him sleep. In the afternoon, the 2 of them stayed in the cabin. In the evening, Bai Qing asked someone to call them downstairs for dinner. Yushu said that Yu Xiaoxiu was not feeling well, so she asked the boatman to send the food to the room. After dinner, there was a muffled clap of thunder, and it suddenly started raining. A gust of wind caused the oil lamps to flicker. Yushu closed both windows. Someone outside shouted a few chants, and the sound of some chaotic footsteps could be heard in the corridor. Boom! Another clap of thunder shocked Yushu, and the boat shook a few times as well. Yu Xiaoxiu sat up from the bed uneasily. Sister. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Yu Shu went over and sat down beside him. She patted his shoulder and said, It often rains on the river. Go to sleep. I can't sleep. Yu Xiaoxiu slept for the whole afternoon due to seasickness. At this time, he was not sleepy at all. It was the first time he was on a boat. He heard the sound of rain outside. It was inevitable that he was a little scared, so he couldn't sleep. Yu Shu knew that he was afraid. She pulled him up and pushed him to the table with a smile. If you can't sleep, let's play for a while. She found a pen and paper, drew a grid of 9 squares on the paper, filled in a few numbers, and pushed it in front of him. Here, don't you know how to count? You can also recognize the grid of 9 squares. This way, all the numbers add up to 15, from 1 to 9. Each number can only be used once, so fill in these blanks. Yu Xiaoxiu took the charcoal pen and glanced at the grid on the paper. Without thinking, he filled in the blanks. Yu Shu was happy when she saw it. Not bad. You're quite fast. Yu Xiaoxiu said indifferently, Is there a need to calculate if it's so easy? Yu Shu raised her eyebrows. Easy. Then I'll give you a difficult one. As he spoke, he rolled up a piece of paper and drew 9 parallel squares on it. There were 81 blanks, and he filled in 30 hints to make a Sudoku picture. He left the rest to Yu Xiaoxiu and explained the rules again. Look carefully. In each vertical, horizontal, and square, the 9 numbers can't be repeated. Calculate again. Yu Xiaoxiu took it and looked at it with great interest. He knew that it was difficult, so he honestly thought and calculated, filling in the numbers one by one. The rain outside was getting heavier and heavier. The sound of raindrops hitting the windows caused the hole to shake more violently. Yu Shu stood up and walked to the window. After checking that there was no leakage, she returned to sit beside Yu Xiaoxiu and watched him do the calculations. Yu Shu knew that Yu Xiaoxiu was smart and talented in mathematics. In one night, she gave him 5 Sudoku problems. The number of hints was reduced from 30 to 25, and he solved them all. In the end, it was Yu Shu who yawned first. Only then did Yu Xiaoxiu reluctantly go to bed. Before he went to sleep, he told Yu Shu that he would give him a few more questions tomorrow. The next morning, Yu Shu was woken up by a scream. Except for Xia Mingming, who was next door, no one else could make such a scream. She pinched her nose and sat up from the bed. She enviously looked at Yu Xiaoxiu, who was sleeping soundly without being disturbed. She put on her clothes and got out of bed to pour a cup of tea. She walked to the window, opened it, and looked out into the distance. It was still raining outside, but the rain was becoming lighter and the surface of the river was gently rippling. She inadvertently looked down and saw a small boat swaying pitifully next to their big boat. There was a person lying in the boat, his clothes were soaked through by the rain, and the red blood stains stung her eyes. She was stunned for a moment, and her heart suddenly jumped. She finally knew where the scream came from. Someone on the deck had already discovered the small boat. A brave sailor grabbed the rope and jumped down to see if the person on the boat was dead or alive. Bai Qing stood on the side of the boat and looked down. Yu Shu saw his head swaying, and she could clearly hear their voices. Boss, the person is still alive. Are there any sharp weapons on the boat? No, it looks like he ran into water bandits, pull him up. Bai Qing gave the order, and the boatman lowered the rope, tied up the bloody person, and pulled him up. Yushu could smell the faint smell of blood in the rain. She frowned and closed the window. Her eyelids twitched a few times. She felt around in her sleeve pocket and found some copper coins. She sat by the table and calmed herself. She threw out a hexagram, but it was empty. Usually, when she used the 6 lines to make a hexagram, there were only 2 situations. One was when the thing she asked had nothing to do with her, and the other was when it was related to her, but she couldn't figure it out. Usually, when she encountered a hexagram that was empty, she would just ignore it. But today, she felt that something was wrong. Worried, Yushu asked another 2 times. The same empty hexagram made her feel inexplicably uneasy. She had a vague feeling that it had something to do with her. She hoped that it was another disaster that caused them to get into trouble. No, she had to go and take a look. After thinking for a while, she got up, put on her clothes, and quickly combed her hair. She glanced at Yu Xiaoxiu, who was lying on the bed, and quietly closed the door and went out. She went down from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor. As soon as she walked out of the cabin, she felt a cold wind blowing on her face. She rubbed her arms, lowered her head, and walked to the deck. She looked at the place where she had fished the person out, but she didn't see Bai Qing or the bloody person. There was only a pool of blood on the ground. She called out to a boatman passing by, "Did you fish someone out just now?" It just so happened that this was the boatman who delivered their meals last night. He recognized Yushu and said, "Yes, that man's injuries are very serious. It looks like he's been chopped several times. He's lucky to have met our boat. Boss Bai has ordered people to carry him in and called a doctor to take a look. I don't know if he can be saved." Yushu's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. She quickly asked, "Which room did they send him to?" "The room on the 1st floor. I advise you not to go and watch the show." Chapter 123. Yushu walked to the innermost room of the cabin and looked at the closed door in front of her. She could vaguely hear the sounds of people talking. She looked to her left and right to see if there was anyone in the corridor. She moved closer, and just as she was about to press her ears, the door was pulled open, causing her to stumble forward. She hurriedly grabbed the door frame to steady herself. "Ashu." Bai Qing took a step back and looked at Yushu outside the door. He asked curiously, "What are you doing here?" Yushu immediately stood up straight and asked curiously, "I just saw Uncle Bai rescue someone upstairs." What happened to that person?" As she spoke, she peeked inside like a curious child. She wanted to take the opportunity to see what was going on inside. However, half of the door was blocked by Bai Qing's body. She could only smell a faint, sweet smell coming from behind him. It was not very obvious in the humid air. "He's unconscious right now. I don't know what he encountered." Bai Qing peeked inside. He put his hand on Yushu's shoulder and pushed her out. He closed the door behind him and blocked the inside of the cabin. He then pulled Yushu's shoulder and walked out, not wanting her to see the blood inside. Yushu was helplessly pushed by Bai Qing. She turned her head to look at the door that was getting further and further away. She listened to Bai Qing's words, "Sailing on the river and passing through narrow areas, it's very easy to encounter water bandits. But you don't have to be afraid. The guards of our Taihing Chamber of Commerce are all first-class experts. They're good at swimming. Even the boatmen have some fighting skills. When they see the flag of our Taihing Chamber of Commerce, the water bandits will take a detour. They won't come looking for trouble." "That's amazing." Yushu was in awe. She didn't want to give up and turned her head to take another look. Bai Qing said proudly, of course. Bai Qing sent Yu Shu to the cabin and patted her shoulder. Go upstairs. I'll get someone to send you breakfast later. Old Bai. Yu Shu stood at the top of the stairs and turned to look at the strong man who was striding towards Bai Qing on the deck. Before he reached him, she questioned loudly, I heard from my men that you fished up a dead man from the river. Yu Shu had met this person on the way here. He was the captain of the caravan's escort team, Qiu Biao. He was in his 30s, about the same age as Xing Qi and 3 or 2 years older than Bai Qing. It was said that he used to be an escort for the largest Tongyuan escort agency in Yang City. His shout made a few boatmen who were working in the rain on the deck turn their heads to look over. Yu Shu stopped where she was and looked at Bai Qing. What dead person? That person is still alive, said Bai Qing unhappily. He's alive now, but it's hard to guarantee that he'll die later, Qiu Biao said unhappily. It's raining heavily on the river, and this person's background is unknown. How dare you fish him up? What if he's being chased by his enemies? Isn't that inviting trouble for no reason? Old Bai, you've been doing business for so many years. Don't you know how to seek luck and avoid calamity? It's already bad to see blood. Now that you've brought him up, aren't you afraid of dirtying the goods on this ship? Being criticized by Qiu Biao mercilessly, Bai Qing was also angry. He frowned and said, since we've encountered him, how can we just stand by and do nothing? That's a human life, not a fish or a shrimp. Qiu Biao snorted coldly, we're merchants, not doing good deeds. Throw him down at the next ferry. We can't let him stay on the ship. How can we do that? His injuries are extremely serious. Throwing him down in this kind of weather is equivalent to harming his life. As the two of them quarreled, a group of people had already gathered on the deck of the cabin. Qiu Biao insisted on getting the person off the ship, while Bai Qing stubbornly insisted on saving the person first. In the end, Bai Qing threw out a sentence that silenced Qiu Biao, who's going to listen to you or me on this journey? Qiu Biao's face turned red. He clenched his fist and left angrily. Bai Qing said to the boatmen and guards who were watching from the outside, don't you all have anything to do standing here? The crowd dispersed. Yu Shu watched Bai Qing go down to the bottom of the ship with a sullen face. She stood at the staircase for a while, then turned around and went upstairs. When she reached the corner, she heard the discussion downstairs. She stopped and looked down. There were two guards whispering, everyone says that the boss and Boss Bai have an old grudge. It seems to be true. What do you mean? I also heard that 3 years ago, the boss came to our Tihan from Tongyuan escort agency. The first time he escorted the team was when he followed Boss Bai to the southwest to do business. On the way, he met a group of bandits who attacked the caravan at night and robbed most of the goods. Because Bai Qing is the younger brother of our deputy chief, most of the responsibility fell on us. Later, the two of them had a falling out. In these 3 years, this is the second time they went on a business trip together. Bai, there's such a thing, there's such a big thing. Yu Shu touched her chin and went upstairs with the help of the staircase. The quarrel between Bai Qing and Qiu Biao quickly spread on the ship. Only Yu Xiaoxiu didn't know about it. After he woke up in the morning, he started to get seasick again. His reaction was even worse than yesterday. He vomited twice and groaned. Even Kim Bao was a little listless. Yu Xiaoxiu couldn't leave his side. Yu Shu was busy taking care of him, so she didn't have the time to think about the person who was fished out of the river in the morning. Xia Mingming, who lived next door, didn't move all day. Yu Shu thought she was scared by the scene in the morning. She knocked on the door to greet her, but Lu Mingming didn't even open the door for her. Yu Shu said a few words to her through the door and then went back to the room. It was strange that Yu Xiaoxiu got seasick during the day, but he recovered at night. When he couldn't sleep, Yushu would draw Sudoku for him. When he was sleepy, she would urge him to go to bed, and she would take out a book to calculate tomorrow's weather. There was a knock on the door, and Bai Qing's voice came from outside. "Ashu, are you asleep?" "Not yet." Yushu put the 8 gates life and death diagram and the barometer on the bed. She saw that there was nothing on the table that shouldn't be there, then went to open the door. "Uncle Bai, it's so late." "What's the matter?" Bai Qing stood at the door and didn't want to come in. "Oh, it's like this. Tomorrow morning, the ship will dock to clear the water in the bilge. I will go ashore to buy some things. At that time, we will stop by the shore for an hour. There is a small town on the shore. If you want to get off the ship and buy some small things as souvenirs, you should get up early to prepare." Yushu's eyes lit up, and she said with interest, "That's good. Xiao Xiao and I will get up early." Bai Qing smiled and said, "Then you should rest early." "Okay." Bai Qing turned around and was about to leave. Yushu's heart moved. She thought of something and quickly pulled him. "Uncle Bai." Bai Qing turned back and asked, "What's wrong?" "The person who was rescued this morning, how is he now?" Bai Qing thought she was worried about the injured, so he told her, "He hasn't woken up yet, but his life is saved." Yushu carefully asked, "Will you let him get off the ship when we dock tomorrow?" Bai Qing was stunned. He knew that she heard the argument between him and Qiu Biao in the morning. He shook his head and said, "No, we will wait until he wakes up and ask him clearly. We will see what happened to him and where he is going. If it's on the way, we can give him a ride." To be honest, Yushu didn't care whether that person stayed or left. She just felt worried, so she asked Bai Qing a few words to know his whereabouts. "Uncle Bai, you are so kind." In comparison, Qiu Biao seemed to be unkind. Bai Qing's expression changed. He sighed and said, "It's not that I am kind. In the early years, I traveled by ship and almost lost my life. If it wasn't for someone saving me, I would be a pile of bones at the bottom of the river. When I meet someone who is in trouble, it's inevitable that I will be more warm-hearted." Yushu thought, "So it's because we are in the same boat. Okay, you guys go to sleep. Don't not wake up tomorrow." Little Bai Qing left and Yushu closed the door. Yu Xiaoxiu was awakened by their conversation. He propped up half of his body and turned his head to ask in confusion, "Is it Uncle Bai?" "Yes." Yushu opened the window halfway to let in the light of the night. She blew out the oil lamp on the table and walked to the bed in the dark. She took off her shoes and said to Yu Xiaoxiu, "Uncle Bai said that the ship will dock tomorrow morning. You are very seasick, so I will take you for a walk." Yu Xiaoxiu said happily, "Really? Really? Go to sleep." Yushu rubbed his head and lay on her side. Early the next morning, Yushu was woken up by the sound of the song downstairs. She sat up abruptly and ran to the window to take a look. She saw the boat approaching the shore, and she could vaguely see the small town in the distance. She still woke up late. "Xiaoxiu, get up." She quickly pulled Yu Xiaoxiu up and the two quickly changed their clothes. They took some fresh water from the wooden bucket in the corner to rinse their mouths and wash their faces. They put Kim Bao in their pockets and closed the door. They turned around and saw Xia Mingming poking half of his head out of the room next door. He was looking outside. Yushu was startled. "Mingming, the ship is docked. Do you want to go for a walk?" Xia Mingming turned around and looked at her. "What's there to see in this small place?" Then he went back into the room and closed the door. Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu looked at each other and ran down the ship hand in hand. The coxswain, who was wearing a straw raincoat, was directing the sailors to lower the sails and pull ashore. Shadows were running back and forth on the deck. When Yushu found Bai Qing at the bow of the ship, he was counting several boxes that had been carried up from below the cabin. Inside the boxes were strings of copper coins. There was no bank in the small town. They had to use cash to buy everything. Silver was precious and should not be used in small towns. In local circulation, copper coins were the most widely used currency. After the ship was docked, Bai Qing looked back and saw Yu Shu. He waved his hand and said, "Ashu, come here." Yu Shu led Yu Xiaoxiu to his side and followed him to the shore. They walked a few steps forward and their feet landed on solid ground. It was a sense of stability that they did not feel when they were on the ship. Yu Shu could not help but jump and said to Bai Qing, "It's better to be on the shore." Bai Qing smiled and pointed to the village not far away. He said, "I want to go into the city to buy some things. Do you want to follow me into the city or walk around here? I'll ask a guard to follow you." Yu Shu thought that he was going to do business. It would be inconvenient to follow him. If there was someone accompanying them, they would not be afraid of getting lost. It would be better to play on the shore. She said, "We won't go. It's better to walk around here." Chapter 124. In Shuzhou, the small town by the river was quite lively. Seeing a boat docked, some villagers came up to ask about it. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu walked 100 steps to the shore and saw the market. Most of the stalls were set up outside their houses. The street was full of twists and turns, selling fish, prawns, fresh fruits, and various handicrafts. The workmanship was different, but the prices were so cheap that it made one speechless. After walking around, Yu Shu really found something good. In front of her was a wooden basin of rainflower stones, blue and pink in a riot of colors. The watery luster was natural and more colorful than jade. Yu Shu looked at it and asked the price. It was only one bait board, so she happily picked a bunch. The villagers happily gave her a small cloth bag that they had sewn at home. "Why do you buy this?" Yu Xiaoxiu felt that this thing could not be eaten or used, and was purely a waste of money. "You don't understand. These things are useful." Yu Shu shook the bag in her hand. Rainflower stones were also called lucky stones. Just like the name, they were not only beautiful, but also could be used to set up a feng shui pond. Qing Zheng had taught her a few kinds of feng shui for growing things. Even if she wanted to buy a bag of rainflower stones like this, it would be hard to find anywhere in Yang City, let alone pick one for a dozen copper coins. The two strolled on the street for a while, bought some fresh fruits and a few pieces of sweet glutinous rice cakes, and then the sister and brother ate apricots and walked back. There were 2 or 3 boats docked on the shore, and the Taihing Chamber of Commerce's boat was the largest and most conspicuous. The sailors on the boat were pouring water into the river, and some were holding rags to wipe the deck. Yu Shu stepped on a 3-foot wide platform and jumped onto the boat. There was water on the platform, and she was afraid that Yu Xiaoxiu would slip, so she put the things in her hands on the ground and turned around to pull him up. Just as she pulled him up, she was pushed to the side by someone. "Get out of the way, don't block the way." Yu Shu slipped and fell on her butt. Yu Xiaoxiu quickly reached out to help her up, and looked unhappily at the people who were about to disembark. After Yu Shu stood up, she looked up and saw Qiu Biao instructing 2 guards to carry a brown sack as they prepared to disembark from the ship. She grabbed onto Yu Xiaoxiu, who wanted to argue with them, and picked up the sack on the ground to return to the cabin. She had only taken 2 steps when she heard a low cry and heard a creaking sound coming from the board. She turned around and saw that the 2 guards carrying the sack had slipped and fallen onto the table, tangling together with the sack. Yu Shu's eyes narrowed, and saw a few strands of hair peeking out of the loose sack. She immediately understood what was in the sack. Qiu Biao must have taken advantage of Bai Qing's disembark to steal the person they rescued yesterday, and was to send him off the ship. She just didn't know if Qiu Biao planned to directly throw the person away, or find a place to put him. What should she do? Yu Shu couldn't make up her mind. If she tried to stop him, she might not be able to stop him. This Qiu Biao didn't even listen to Bai Qing, so it would be strange if he listened to her. But if she didn't stop him, and if Qiu Biao was ruthless, wouldn't it be a waste of a life? While Yu Shu was thinking, Qiu Biao had already jumped to the shore. With one hand, he lifted the sack with the person inside, and carried it on his shoulder. He walked towards the shore with large strides. The rope at the mouth of the sack loosened, and as he carried it, the person's head popped out. It was facing Yu Shu's direction, and half of his face was exposed. His eyes were closed, and his face was pale. Yu Shu's pupils shrank, and her throat slipped, and she cried out, "Wait!" Qiu Biao's footsteps stopped, and he turned his head to look at Yu Shu on the ship. Seeing her frightened face, he looked down and found that the sack was open. He cursed in a low voice, and hurriedly tied the sack up, and carried it on his shoulder, wanting to leave. "I told you to wait!" Yu Shu screamed. Seeing Qiu Biao walking forward as if he did not hear her, her face turned serious, and she hurriedly threw away the things in her hand, and stepped on the ladder to slide down the deck. Sitting on the ground, she stumbled to get up, and ran over to Qiu Biao. Qiu Biao was caught off guard, and he took a step back. When he turned his head, he saw Yu Shu, and his face sank. He wanted to scare her, but Yu Shu was one step ahead, and shouted in his face, "Put him down." As she spoke, she reached out to grab the sack on his back. Qiu Biao's face turned black, and he pushed her to the side. He pointed at the two guards who just got off the ship, and said, "Send this brat to the ship." The two guards went forward to grab Yu Shu, but how could Yu Shu let them succeed? She pounced on Qiu Biao, who was about to leave, and hugged his waist from behind. She firmly grabbed his belt, and hung on his body, and shouted, "Someone come quickly. Help me." At this time, Yu Xiaoxiu also jumped down from the ship, and seeing this scene, he was dumbfounded. He went forward to help Yu Shu, and hugged one of Qiu Biao's legs, and did not let him go. Qiu Biao tried to shake them off, but he did not dare to be ruthless, so the two sides were in a deadlock. With this commotion, the people on the ship and on the shore were attracted, and in a moment, the surroundings were filled with people. Those with eyes could see that there was a person in the sack on Qiu Biao's shoulder, and they began to whisper. Not long after, someone squeezed into the crowd, and seeing the situation, he angrily said to Qiu Biao, "What are you doing?" Boss Bai said to keep the person, "Quickly send him back." This person was the second in command of the caravan, Boss Su. In terms of seniority in the Taihing Chamber of Commerce, he was even higher than Bai Qing. This time, he was purely invited to come out, so when he opened his mouth, the surroundings became quiet. At this moment, Qiu Biao's complexion was very ugly. He originally planned to secretly send the person off the ship, wait for Bai Qing to come back, set sail, and set off on the road. Even if he was discovered, it would not be good to turn back. Who would have thought that this little demon would spoil his plans? Now that Boss Su opened his mouth, and with so many people watching, no one is blind. Even if he wanted to leave the person behind, he had no choice but to resentfully hand the sack to his two subordinates, and said in a muffled voice, "Send him up." Seeing the situation, Yu Shu let out a sigh of relief. Without waiting for Qiu Biao to come and grab them, she let go of him and pulled Yu Xiaoyi away, and followed the two people carrying the sack up the ship. She tiptoed to untie the blanket, and peeled off a bit of the sack, revealing a head. Her hands were trembling as she pushed aside the person's hair, and clearly saw half of the pale and handsome face. Her heart trembled, and she swallowed her saliva. It was not that she saw wrongly, it was Jing Qin, it was really Jing Qin. How did he end up on the river, and who was the one who injured him to this state? Yu Xiaoxiu was following behind Yu Shu, and when he saw the head sticking out of the sack, he got a shock, but did not recognize who it was. He had only met Jing Qin once, unlike Yu Shu and Jing Qin who had interacted before. Yu Shu suppressed the shock in her heart, and turned around to look at Yu Xiaoxiu. Looking at his appearance, she knew that he did not recognize this Jing Qin who saved them at the outskirts, which saved her the trouble of covering up. The matter of her knowing Jing Qin, at present, it seems like it is better not to let other people know. Jing Qin's identity is not easy to explain, so it is better to wait until he wakes up first. After Bai Qing came back, he heard about what happened after he left, and immediately found Qiu Biao's room. The two closed the door, but the noise still alarmed the boat. On the first floor of the ship, Yu Shu was anxiously waiting outside the door of the room. From time to time, she would turn her head to look at the tightly shut door. She wanted to push it open and enter, but she was afraid that it would arouse suspicion. What the hell is going on? Yu Xiaoxiu uneasily pulled Yu Shu's sleeve, and asked in a low voice. Yu Shu looked left and right to make sure no one was around, and then pulled him to a corner, and whispered with her head lowered, "Yesterday morning, Uncle Bai fished out a person from the river. He was seriously injured, so he let the doctor treat him. Captain Chiu was afraid that this person would die on the boat, so he took advantage of Uncle Bai's absence to get him off the boat and throw him ashore." Ah! Yu Xiaoxiu was startled, and said angrily, "How can this person be so bad?" Yu Shu shook her head, and moved closer to his ear. Just as she was about to speak, she heard the door behind her open. Dr. Sun from the caravan stood in the door with a basin of water, and said, "You too, go get a basin of water." Yu Shu quickly went forward to take the basin of water, and gave it to Yu Xiaoxiu, "Go get some water." Yu Xiaoxiu obediently ran away. Yu Shu looked inside, and worriedly asked Dr. Sun, "Is that person okay?" Dr. Sun frowned, and said, "How is he?" "The wound that was just bandaged yesterday has split open again. It would be strange if he doesn't get hot later." After saying that, he turned around and went in, leaving the door open. Yu Shu hesitated for a moment, and then followed him in. This room was even smaller than the one that Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu lived in. There was only one window on the east side of the ship, and a wooden bed was placed against the wall. The mosquito net was tied up, and the figure on the bed could be seen. Yu Shu walked over to take a look, and the first thing she felt was pain. Jing Chen was wearing a pair of white trousers, lying on the narrow bed. His lean upper body was almost completely covered in gauze, and there were some places where blood was seeping out. One of his arms was weakly hanging by his side, and the other was lifted by Dr. Sun to clean the scratches on the back of his hand. His eyes were closed, and under his eyelashes, there was a small shadow. There were small wrinkles between his eyebrows, and the tip of his straight nose was covered in sweat. His lips were slightly purple, and she didn't know if it was because of the cold, or because of the pain. This appearance made Yu Shu's heart ache. How did he end up like this? Counting the days, it had been about 2 months since Li Jingqin had bid farewell to her. During this period of time when he had left Yang City, where had he gone? What had happened? Who had injured him? Full of doubts, Yu Shu stared at the person on the bed in a daze. Yu Xiaoxiu came back with water, and Bai Qing followed him into the room. She asked Dr. Sun about the situation, and seeing that Yu Shu was present, she called her out to talk. "Luckily you saw me, otherwise if Qiu Biao really got him off the boat, I wouldn't be able to turn the boat back," Bai Qing sighed, and patted Yu Shu's shoulder. "Uncle Bai, thank you." Yu Shu thought, "I should be the one thanking you." Yesterday, Bai Qing didn't bring Jing Chen up, and let him sink to the bottom of the river to feed the fish. Yu Shu didn't even have a place to cry, this was her friend. "It's nothing. To prevent Bai Qing from suspecting anything, Yu Shu rubbed her head and explained, "If Uncle Bai didn't tell me to leave him here to recuperate last night, I wouldn't have stopped Captain Chiu and the others from bringing him out." At the mention of Chiu Biao, Bai Qing's expression became ugly, but she still said to Yu Shu, "Captain Chiu was thinking about our entire caravan, so he went a bit too far. He didn't mean to harm anyone." Chapter 125. Under Yu Shu's initiative, Bai Qing agreed to let her help Dr. Sun look after the shadow. Chen. Dr. Sun was happy to have someone to order him around. After changing Jing Chen's dressing, he told Yu Shu a few things and then went back to his room to rest. The river was damp and the heavy rain had just stopped. The cabin was still cool, but Jing Chen was sweating. Yu Shu touched his forehead and felt that it was a bit hot. She fetched half a basin of water and wet a towel to wipe his body. As the cool towel gently wiped his face, Jing Chen's eyebrows relaxed a bit. When Yu Shu saw this, she was stunned. She patted his shoulder and called out, "Jing Chen, Jing Chen." After calling him a few times, he didn't wake up. She knew that he was still unconscious. Yu Shu sighed. She just remembered that Jing Chen had offended Kata Xing. She remembered Qing Zhang's warning and her eyes flashed. She stretched out her index finger to press on his bulging eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Even if you are an unlucky person who offended Kata Xing, I can't just leave you alone. At most, I'll let others have less contact with you. If you want to be unlucky, then I'll be the only one who will be unlucky." Yu Xiaoxiu was ordered by Dr. Sun to go to the warehouse to get the herbs. When he came back, he saw Yu Shu wiping the sweat of the half-naked man. He quickly closed the door and ran forward to pull her. "You're a girl, what are you doing? Go back to your room, I'll do it." Yu Shu's hand was pulled by him. When she turned around and saw him making a fuss, she secretly laughed. Not to mention that Jing Chen was still wearing long pants, even if he took off all of his clothes, she wouldn't be embarrassed. Not to mention, his upper body was wrapped like a dumpling. What could she look at? On the contrary, Yu Xiaoxiu was young and men and women were wary of each other, so she was very fussy. "Xiaoxiu, don't you recognize who this is?" Yu Shu held Yu Xiaoxiu's hand and asked him to take a closer look at the person on the bed. Yu Xiaoxiu stared at the person on the bed in confusion. He felt that this person was quite good-looking, so he asked suspiciously, "Have we seen him before?" Yu Shu patted his head and said, "Idiot, isn't this hero Jing Chen? Have you forgotten? Hero Jing Chen." Yu Xiaoxiu shouted in surprise, but Yu Shu quickly covered his mouth. "Shou, keep your voice down. Do you want to attract people here?" Yu Shu said angrily, "We can't let people know that we know him, understand?" Yu Xiaoxiu shook his head. His eyes were full of question marks. He didn't know why they couldn't let people know that they knew him. Hero Jing Chen was not a bad person, and he had saved them. "Are you stupid?" Yu Shu said earnestly, "If they know that we know each other, they will definitely ask about his background. At that time, how will we answer?" "We are now the nephews of seventh uncle, and we can't tell them that Jing Chen saved us. We still have to lie. If Jing Chen wakes up and they ask, we will be exposed, and they will suspect us for no reason. You saw that Chiu Biao, how fierce he is. He might throw us and Jing Chen off the boat together, so you have to keep your mouth shut, understand?" This was what Yu Shu used to scare Yu Xiaoxiu. The real reason was that she didn't know how Jing Chen got into this state. If she blindly revealed his identity, it would not be safe for Jing Chen, who was seriously injured. Everything had to wait for him to wake up first and ask him clearly. Oh. Yu Xiaoxiu nodded, indicating that he understood. Only then did Yu Shu let go of him and gave him a towel. Okay, you come and wipe his sweat. I'm going to boil the medicine. After a while, I will use Xiaoxiu's horoscope to calculate the 8 characters of his birth. If something bad is going to happen, it will be easier to avoid it. Jing Chen had a fever the whole day. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu worked together to force the medicine down his throat. His fever only subsided at night. During this period, Dr. Sun came to see him once. Seeing that Yu Shu had taken good care of him, he praised her a few words and left after checking Jing Chen's pulse. The siblings had lunch in Jing Chen's room. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu discussed it for a while. They were afraid that Qiu Biao would cause trouble again at night and harm Jing Chen. Originally, they wanted to stay and guard him, but they were afraid that it would arouse suspicion. So, they went to find Bai Qing and asked him to send someone to sleep in Jing Chen's room. After listening to their proposal, Bai Qing's face showed a difficult expression. During the day, because Qiu Biao sent someone off the ship without permission, the two quarreled. The group of guards were very dissatisfied with him, so it was not good to arrange people from there. The handymen on the ship all took turns to be on night duty. They all had their own things to do, so they couldn't spare any extra people. It was even more impossible to ask other businessmen to move to the same room as Jing Chen, a victim of unknown origin. Seeing Bai Qing's expression, Yu Shu immediately knew what was going on. She asked, "Uncle Bai, is it inconvenient?" "It's like this." Just as Bai Qing was about to say that he would move to the same room as Jing Chen, Yu Shu said it first. "If it's inconvenient, why don't Xiaoxiu and I sleep in the same room with him tonight?" From the beginning, Yu Shu didn't intend to use other people's hands. She was worried about Jing Chen's fate. On the one hand, she was afraid that he would really harm others. On the other hand, she didn't trust others to take care of him. "Us?" Bai Qing looked hesitant. "Yes." Yu Shu vowed, "Uncle Bai, don't worry. With the two of us watching, we absolutely won't let anything happen to him." She said it as if she was thinking for Bai Qing's sake. She had a youthful look of loyalty. Bai Qing didn't notice her careful thoughts. He smiled and said, "All right, but the room downstairs is too small. I'll find someone to send him to your room upstairs and add another bed." "Okay." Yu Shu readily agreed. Yu Xiaoxiu wanted to say something, but she pinched his back and held it back. After it was settled, Bai Qing asked someone to carry Jing Chen upstairs with the bed. This movement alarmed Xia Mingming, who was next door. She ran to Yu Shu's room and saw Yu Shu instructing 2 boatmen to carefully put Jing Chen down on the bed. She knew that the bloody person who was rescued yesterday morning was going to sleep next door. She immediately made a fuss and asked someone to send Jing Chen down. Yu Shu didn't pester her. She went straight to the door and asked her to find Bai Qing. She didn't know how Bai Qing sent Xia Mingming away. In short, she didn't come to make trouble again. After dinner, Yu Shu could see that Yu Xiaoxiu was unhappy. She brewed the medicine and pulled him to the bedside to talk. Yu Xiaoxiu still cared that Jing Chen was a man. He felt that it was inappropriate for a girl like Yu Shu to live in the same room with a man. Yu Shu deliberately used morality to educate him. Only then did Yu Xiaoxiu let go of his grudge and accepted the reality that before Jing Chen's injuries improved, they had to sleep in the same room. Boiling medicine on the ship required a stove. The smell of charcoal smoke was very strong. Yu Shu placed the stove in the ventilated corridor. She opened the door halfway to let the light from inside the room shine out. She squatted at the door and used a fan to blow air. When Zhao Hui was sick, Dr. He taught her the trick of brewing medicine. Thus, she didn't get smoked. But squatting next to the stove in the summer was another kind of suffering. She hung a wet towel around her neck. When it was warm, she would wipe her sweat. When her feet were numb, she would stand up and stomp. When her back was sore, she would hit it twice. Yu Xiaoxiu finished the math problems that Yu Shu gave him. He looked up and saw her like this. He hurriedly walked over. I'll do it. You go in and sit for a while. It's almost done. Yu Shu waved her hand behind her. She lifted the lid with a cloth and poked it with her chopsticks. When she felt that it was almost done, she asked Yu Xiaoxiu to go in and get a bowl. She slowly poured the medicinal soup out of the small pot. She skimmed off the medicinal dregs and brought it in to feed Jing Qin. It was quite difficult to feed medicine to an unconscious person. Fortunately, they had experience from taking care of Zhao Hui. The siblings helped Jing Qin up from the bed. One opened his mouth and the other filled the bowl. Not a single drop spilled out of the bowl. Jing Qin was fished out of the river yesterday. His bloody clothes had been thrown somewhere. Bai Qing probably found his pants for him. There were no bloodstains. However, there was a sweet and fishy smell in his messy hair. Yu Shu used a wet towel to wipe his scalp clean. Only then did the smell of blood fade. It was already midnight when they were done. Yu Xiaoxiu was yawning. Yu Shu urged him to go to bed. She took a pen and paper, sat at the table, lit the oil lamp, and calculated Yu Xiaoxiu's horoscope again. The results made Yu Shu a little confused. According to Jing Qin and Qing Jing, anyone who was related to Jing Qin would cause trouble. Now, on the whole boat, besides her, Yu Xiaoxiu had the most contact with Jing Qin. However, she used the law of the time of misfortune to calculate that nothing bad would happen to Yu Xiaoxiu in the next half a month. The results of the 6 lines that she gave herself were all empty hexagrams. Could it be that Jing Qin, who was in a coma, would not cause trouble for others? Or could it be that in these 2 months, he had found the person who destroyed his life? Of course, Yu Shu hoped that it was the latter possibility. That way, she would be able to solve the problem once and for all. However, she always felt that things were not that simple. After thinking about it, she decided to find a way to ask Bai Qing and Dr. Sun about their horoscope tomorrow, so that they would not inadvertently cause trouble for them. After clearing the table, Yu Shu got up and went to Jing Chen's bedside. She bent down and touched his forehead to confirm that there were no signs of fever. She looked down at his peaceful sleeping face for a while, then brushed away the stray hair on his forehead and said softly, "This time, let me protect you." She put down the mosquito net, turned around, walked to the table, and extinguished the oil lamp. The cabin suddenly became dark. The moment the light went out, behind the mosquito net, a pair of lightly closed eyelids moved and quietly opened. Yu Xiaoxiu was already asleep. He was originally sleeping outside, but he probably fell asleep when he was dreaming. Yu Shu was on the other side of the bed. She lay down on the side of the bed, pulled the thin quilt over her stomach, and closed her eyes. After a long day of tiredness, she soon fell asleep. The wind on the river started to blow, and the cargo ship gently swayed. On the opposite bed, a figure slowly sat up. As he moved, there was a light sound of breathing. He opened the mosquito net, and his slender legs stepped on the ground barefooted under his white pants. He slowly stood up and walked step by step to the other side of the bed. He looked down at Yu Shu, who was sleeping on the bed. He stretched out his hand and gently brushed aside the hair on the side of her face, revealing a blurry and gentle face in the dark. Yu Shu was sleeping soundly when she suddenly felt an itch on her face. She thought that a mosquito had sneakily attacked her, so she snorted and frowned. She scratched her face, but she didn't expect to touch a hand. She was startled and immediately woke up. Chapter 126. In the middle of the night, Yu Shu was startled awake by Jing Qin, who was sitting quietly by her bed. Fortunately, she was mentally strong enough to not scream and wake up everyone on the ship. After the fright, she was happy. Yushu hurriedly sat up and put her legs under the bed. While looking for shoes, she whispered to him, "You're awake. Why did you get up? Go to the bed and lie down." As she said that, she stepped on her shoes and reached out to help him. Jing-Chen slowly stood up with her help, but he didn't put all his weight on her. He swayed a little to steady himself and followed her steps to sit on the opposite bed. Then, he was pressed down by her to lie down. Yu Xiaoxiu was snoring and sleeping soundly. There was no sign of him being woken up. Kim Bao was curled up on the side of his pillow. His ears were moving, and his pair of bright eyes were looking at the opposite side. He was gently wagging his tail. Yushu went over to rub the oil lamp and lit it. She brought it back to the bedside and covered Jing-Chen with a thin quilt. As soon as she lowered her head, she met his eyes. She had a stomach full of questions waiting for him to answer. When the questions came to her mouth, she asked, "How did you get like this?" Jing-Chen's lips slightly opened and moved, but no sound came out. He raised his hand in confusion and touched his neck. He shook his head at Yushu. Looking at his movements, Yushu had a bad premonition. She asked nervously, "Is your throat not feeling well? Can I get you a glass of water?" Jing-Chen opened his mouth again, but still no sound came out. Yushu panicked a little. She got up and brought the teapot over. She poured some water for him and helped him up. She fed him the tea and put the cup aside. She stared at him and asked, "How is it? Do you feel better?" Jing-Chen's mouth moved, but no sound came out. He shook his head at Yushu, touched his throat, and shook his head again. Yushu would be a fool if she still couldn't understand. Jing-Chen didn't have a sore throat, but a mute. She pursed her lips tightly and forced a smile to comfort him. "It's okay. It's probably hurt your throat. I'll ask the doctor to take a look at you at dawn." Jing-Chen didn't panic. He just frowned slightly, rubbed his neck, and looked up at Yushu. He reached out and pointed at her, and then at himself, as if he wanted to express something, and he had a questioning look on his face. Yushu thought he was asking why she was here, so she explained softly, "I want to go to the capital, so I found someone I know to go with the caravan. You are now on a cargo ship. Yesterday morning, they fished you out of a small boat in the river. Jing-Chen, who hurt you like this? Were they pirates? Enemy? Or did you offend someone on the way?" Yushu felt that the possibility of the first two was very small. First, Jing-Chen's martial arts weren't bad, so normal pirates couldn't do anything to him. Second, he just left the sect, so what kind of enemy would want his life? When Jing-Chen heard her words, he lowered his head and looked at the layers of gauze on his body. He raised his hand to touch the wound on his abdomen, took a light breath, shook his head, and closed his eyes in pain. None of them. Yushu couldn't think of any other possibilities. She turned her head and saw a pen and paper on the table. Her mind moved, and she took it and handed it to Jing-Chen. However, she found that his hands were wrapped in gauze, so he couldn't hold the pen. She couldn't help but feel depressed. Seeing him in pain, she could only temporarily suppress her doubts and warmly said, "It's too late, you should sleep first. We'll talk tomorrow." "Oh right, the people on this ship still don't know that we know each other. Do you want to tell them your identity tomorrow?" Hearing this, Jing-Chen didn't nod or shake his head. Instead, he opened his mouth, pointed at her again, and patted his chest, doing the same action as before. His eyes were full of doubts. Yushu was confused. "What do you want to say?" Jing-Chen looked a little anxious. He reached out and touched Yushu's hand. His index finger that could move gently poked at her finger. Yushu was tickled by his tickling, so she tried to hold back her laughter and dodged twice. However, his other hand held her down, stubbornly trying to push away her bent finger. Yushu seemed to understand what he wanted to do. She opened her palm and saw Jing Chen's index finger pointing at her palm, writing stroke by stroke. She stared at her palm and softly read, "I can not remember what anything I can remember." She was stunned for a moment, and the next moment, her eyes widened. "You don't remember anything?" Jing Chen nodded. His expression was a little sad. Yushu covered her mouth with her hand and stood up. She walked back and forth in front of his bed a few times. Suddenly, she stopped and turned her head to the side of the bed. She leaned close to him and asked seriously, "Do you know who I am?" Seeing Jing Chen shake his head in confusion, Yushu's eyebrows furrowed. Without thinking, she reached out to touch his head, trying to find a lump or wound that Dr. Sun hadn't found. Jing Chen didn't resist and quietly let her rub his head. Of course, he couldn't not be quiet. After touching for a long time and finding nothing, Yushu finally let go of Jing Chen's head. She smoothed his messy hair and sat on the side of the bed without saying a word. Her heart was a mess. No wonder she felt that there was something wrong with Jing Chen just now. He unexpectedly lost his memory. It was fine if he couldn't remember her, but he clearly couldn't remember what happened before. What should he do? Now, only she knew who he was. What should she do with him? A hand patted her shoulder, making Yushu come back to her senses. She turned her head and saw Jing Chen's puzzled gaze. He seemed to be asking her what was wrong with his eyes. That innocent face made Yushu feel a burst of sympathy. He was originally a little white. Now, not only did he lose his memory, but he also couldn't speak. He was only one step away from becoming a fool. Coupled with that disastrous fate, he really was a pitiful child. Fine, if she didn't care about him, who would care about him? She would take one step at a time. Jing Chen, listen to me. Yushu straightened her face and said to him, "Now on this ship, only my brother and I know who you are. No one else knows who you are. Since you can't remember anything, you might as well hide it from them. Let them know that you lost your memory. As for the rest, I will tell you in private. In front of others, you still have to pretend that you have never seen me before, okay?" Jing Chen nodded. Not bad. He was very obedient. Yushu reached out and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry. No matter what, I will help you," she said sincerely. Jing Chen looked at her and reached out his hand. Yushu knowingly opened her palm and saw that he had written on it. "Who are you?" Yushu looked at Gu Nianchen as he finished the last stroke on his palm. She looked up at his innocent eyes and smiled. "Remember this time. My name is Xiaoyu. I'm your friend, your best friend." Yushu shook her thumb at Gu Nianchen. Jing Chen was stunned. The corner of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. He nodded at her and did not doubt her words at all. Yushu, who was a liar, felt guilty when she saw his smile. She looked away uncomfortably and muttered to herself, "Why is a man smiling so innocently? All right, hurry up and sleep. Your injuries are very serious. You need to rest more before you can recover." Yushu pulled the quilt over him again. She stood up, put down the mosquito net, and put the teapot back on the table. When she turned her head, she saw that he was still looking at her. "Close your eyes and sleep," she ordered in a low voice. Jing Chen closed his eyes and was as obedient as a child. Yushu held back her laughter and blew out the oil lamp. She returned to the bed and lay down. She turned over and looked at the figure on the opposite bed through the mosquito net. Gradually, she felt sleepy. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. On the side of the pillow, Kim Bao moved his butt and opened his mouth to yawn. He shrank his fluffy head into his arms and hugged his tail. The next morning, Yu Shu woke up. She was used to waking up early and could not fall asleep at dawn. She pushed Yu Xiaoxiu's outstretched foot to the side and sat up. Mimi Tsuetsue put on her outer clothes and got out of bed. She walked to the table to pour herself some water. She raised her head to look at the bed across from her and quietly walked over. Jing Chen was still sleeping. A thin quilt was neatly covering his body. His sleeping posture was so honest that it made people's hair stand on end. It was as if he had not moved all night. Yu Shu scratched the red patch on her arm that was bitten by a mosquito. She saw a mosquito on the mosquito net in front of her. She clapped her hands and slapped it. Paw! She opened her hands and looked at the small patch of blood on her palm. She blew it and was about to turn around when she found that the person on the bed had opened his eyes and was looking at her blankly. I woke you up. Yu Shu embarrassedly put her hands behind her back and said in a low voice, you should sleep a bit more. Dr. Sun should not be awake yet. I will go downstairs to call him. Jing Chen woke up and nodded. Although he was not sleepy, he still closed his eyes and went back to sleep. Yu Shu went back to wake Yu Xiaoxiu up. She urged him to put on his clothes and left the room with him. She closed the door and whispered to him in the corridor. She told him about Jing Chen's situation and told him not to expose himself before going downstairs to find Dr. Sunday. When Dr. Sun heard that Jing Chen had woken up, he did not wash his face and followed her upstairs. When he found out that Jing Chen had lost his memory and could not speak, he carefully examined him. However, he could not find the reason for his loss of memory and voice. Finally, at Yu Shu's request, he made a prescription for his throat and had Yu Xiaoxiu take it to the warehouse to get it. When Bai Qing heard the news, he also came over. Jing Chen could not speak nor could his hands read. When he asked, he did not know. Bai Qing was dumbfounded. He originally planned to wait for Jing Chen to wake up and ask him where his home was. If it was on the way, he would give him a ride. If it was not on the way, he would give him some money and let him go home. Now, he did not know how to deal with him. Yu Shu saw that he was in a difficult position and took the opportunity to interject, Uncle Bai, we should save him to the end. In any case, we are still far from the capital. We should bring him along. Who knows, he might remember in a few days. It is better than giving up halfway and letting him fend for himself. Bai Qing thought about it and did not have any other way. He said, this is the only way. Ashu, I will trouble you and Xiaoxiu to look after him for a few more days. This person is really pitiful. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.